Chapter 6:27. King. This name only stayed in Su Yi's mind for less than a second before he threw it far away. Su Yi was very clear that he didn't have any talent in politics. So if he became the king, it wouldn't be a good thing. So before Duke Wine, there were people who had privately mentioned to him that since the new flyer controlled most of the Black Rice wasteland and most of the land in the Principality of Constantine, he could establish his own kingdom and become the king. However, Su Yi had always ignored this suggestion. First, he wasn't interested in becoming the king. Second, with the new flyer's current strength, it wasn't appropriate to establish a country. The new flyer's strength wasn't enough to support country. So from beginning to end, Su Yi treated the new flyer as a normal company. The only difference between them and other companies was in terms of military magic machines. But in Su Yi's heart, what he cared about the most would always be the civilian magic machines. After discussing with Anklo and Duke Wine, after confirming that the Principality of Constantine had to be stable, letting the people of the Principality of Constantine live in peace and develop the Principality of Constantine, Su Yi gave the related plans to Anklo and Duke Wine, letting them go back and think about how to cooperate. He drove the magic car and left the Principality of Constantine. When passing by the Black Rice wasteland, Su Yi inspected Black Rice City, as usual. After confirming that Black Rice City was developing according to the established path, he came to the border between the Black Rice wasteland and the Sack Kingdom to the north. After several months of construction, the fortifications in the north of the Black Rice wasteland were already taking shape. The large fortifications made of reinforced concrete blocked off the north of the Black Rice wasteland, almost stopping the Sack Kingdom from entering the south through the Black Rice wasteland. After a discussion with Commander Lantis and confirming that the new flyer would continue investing in these fortifications, Commander Lantis promised Su that as long as there were enough resources, the Western Army would finish the initial fortifications by next year. They would be finished in 3 years, cutting off all hope of the Sack Kingdom invading. After Su Yi bid farewell to Commander Lantis, he didn't return to the Principality of Constantine. Rather, he went east and drove to the Lampari Kingdom. Even when 70 specially invited Su Yi to her coronation ceremony, Su Yi didn't return to the Lampari Kingdom. So this time, it was Su Yi's first time returning to the country that he had lived in for many years after transmigrating, which could be considered his second home. After 3 hours of fast driving, Su Yi made a turn when he was about to enter the Falling Rain Road, heading north into the Falling Rain Forest. No matter how Bana City was developed, the Falling Rain Forest was still in its original state. Su Yi drove the magic car for less than 10 kilometers along the road he had opened for the Dwarven tribes before he had to put down a magic car and head to the Falling Rain Forest. When he came to the edge of the Falling Rain Forest, there was a figure that charged out at Su Yi. Su Yi had just revealed a smile when that figure charged into Su Yi's embrace like a gust of wind. Then a pair of soft lips pressed on his Su Yi's face. Su Yi helplessly touched his face. Looking at Agnes, who had a happy smile in his embrace, he said with a sigh, "Agnes, you're suddenly this passionate. I'm not used to it." Agnes seemed very surprised. "You don't like it?" But Vivian said that human males like their lover giving them a kiss when they see them. It's not that I don't like it, but you." Seeing the unsettled look on Agnes' face, Su Yi's heart softened. He patted her head and said with a smile, "Forget it. It's fine as long as you're happy." Agnes immediately revealed a happy smile. It's even better if you're happy." Seeing the pure smile on Agnes' face, Su Yi gave a faint sigh in his heart. This kind of beautiful and pure elven girl chose to follow him because of the Night Song tribe or Elder Alicia's will. Was this really good? After talking to Steele, Su Yi found that Agnes, who Steele suggested, was a very good choice. After carefully considering it, Su Yi and Agnes had a discussion. He clearly stated his true thoughts and gave the choice to Agnes. As long as Agnes wasn't willing, Su Yi decided that no matter how Elder Alicia and Elder Lysania forced him, he definitely wouldn't randomly choose an elven girl to be with. But when Su Yi proposed his idea, Agnes was strangely happy as she nodded in agreement. Agnes expressed that she had already told Sue-E that she was already used to being with Sue-E and felt very happy being with Sue-E, so she hoped that she could always be with Sue-E. Now that Sue-E chose to be with her, whether it was her personal wishes or the wishes of the elves as a whole, she was very willing. Since Agnes didn't express any objections, Sue-E had a deep discussion with Steele before telling Elder Alicia and Elder Lysania about his choice. He decided that Agnes would be the representative of the elves and become the candidate to be with him. Towards Sue-Yi's choice, Elder Alicia wasn't too surprised, but Elder Lysania wasn't too satisfied. This was because she had chosen several of the most outstanding elven beauties from the Moonshadow tribe, but Sue-E didn't choose any of them. In the end, he chose Agnes from the Nightsong tribe, this little girl who didn't seem to be anything special. But since Sue-E was finally willing to make a choice, Elder Lysania naturally wouldn't have any objections. And Elder Alicia naturally wouldn't object. So after many discussions, Agnes, who was the first elven girl Sue-E met after coming to this world, became the one that Elder Alicia and Elder Lysania thought had a very deep and long-term meaning, the one who united with Sue-E. According to what the elves said, Agnes was now Sue-Yi's partner. From this day forth, she would only accompany Sue-E for the rest of her life and would never consider being with another person of the opposite sex, whether it was an elf or a human. So now that she saw Sue-E again, Agnes had already changed her identity. She was now an elf, showing her passion to Sue-E without any shyness. Although the elven girl from the Moonshadow tribe had shown even more passion to Sue-E, Agnes was different from them, so Sue-E wasn't used to it. While walking with Agnes into the falling rainforest, Sue-E asked, "Is Freya having fun here?" Agnes nodded with a smile. Freya likes this place very much and has fun every day. I've been bringing her to the depths of the forest these past few days, letting her see the various plants and animals in the forest. She likes it very much. Just this morning, she played with a big black bear for the whole morning. Playing with a large black bear? Sue-E was shocked. He wanted to say that this was too dangerous, but then he reacted. The falling rainforest was the home of the Nightsong tribe, and the elves naturally had the ability to communicate with plants and animals. The animals in the falling rainforest were very dangerous to humans, but to the elves of the Nightsong tribe, they were no different from raising pets. With Agnes accompanying her, of course there was no need to worry about Freya being in any danger. However, is Freya not afraid of the large black bear? Does she not cry from fear? Sue-E asked in a curious voice. Not at all. Agnes shook her head. Freya is very brave. She dares to climb onto the back of the large black bear and play with it while riding on its neck. Sue-E imagined this scene and couldn't help shaking his head. It was true that Freya had been very bold since she was young and rarely cried. Now that she was 2 years old, this trait was very clear. As a girl, this trait made Sue-E very satisfied. The reason why Freya came back to the falling rainforest to play was because she had received an invitation from Elder Alicia. Steele was a bit worried, but Sue-E comforted her. Freya was Sue-Yi's successor, so it was very likely that she would take over the matters of the New Flyer when she grew up. The relationship between the New Flyer and the elves was very important, so letting Freya get used to interacting with the elves from a young age would be a great help to her in the future. Actually, the reason why Elder Alicia invited Freya to the falling rainforest as a guest was because she had this kind of thought. Moreover, even without these considerations, the falling rainforest and the Nightsong tribe had many new and interesting things that would definitely make Freya happy. Based on her current performance, it was clear that Freya was very used to living here. With Agnes accompanying him, Sue-E entered the falling rainforest with great familiarity. After passing through the forest, they quickly arrived at the edge of the illusion array protecting the Nightsong tribe. When Agnes was about to open the illusion array to let Sue-E in, she suddenly thought of something and turned to ask Sue, "That's right, Sir Chairman. When will we mate?" Sue-E almost fell down. He looked at Agnes with a strange expression and gave a bitter laugh. "I say, Agnes, you are a girl. You can't casually say the word mating. Do you understand? Is that so?" Agnes had a look of confusion. Mating is something all living beings do, so why can't I casually say it? The elder said that since you have already chosen to mate with me, then we will definitely mate. So I want to ask clearly, when do you want to mate with me? Stop. Sue, he had no choice but to raise his voice and cut off Agnes' words. With a serious expression, he said to Agnes, Agnes, although you are an elf, since you want to be with me, then you should learn how humans do things. For us humans, the word mating can't be casually said, especially for a girl. It's not good for me to tell you these things, so you should ask Vivian or Steele when you have time. Have them teach you how human girls do things. For example, you gave me a kiss when we met. This is something a human girl would do. Do you understand? Agnes didn't really understand, but after thinking about it, she still nodded. All right, I'll go back and ask them. Then, as for when I'll mate with you. This depends on the atmosphere. Just leave it to me to handle. All right. Seeing that Agnes didn't understand anything, but still firmly nodded, Sue couldn't help feeling a bit guilty. Agnes' age was only equivalent to a human girl who hadn't reached adulthood yet. With her naivety towards human society, she couldn't even compare to a human girl in this aspect. Being together with this kind of naive little girl was simply a crime. Chapter 628. Freya was indeed very happy in the falling rainforest. When Sui appeared in front of her and wanted to take her away, she even cried and wasn't willing to leave. After Sue and Agnes promised that they would often bring her here to play, Freya reluctantly agreed to leave with Sue. Sue couldn't help revealing a bitter smile to Elder Alicia. I think that Elder doesn't need to worry about Freya's relationship with you at all. Rather, I should be worried that Freya will be biased towards the elves when she grows up. Elder Alicia revealed a faint smile. Children are the most pure. She will be good to whoever is good to her. But after she grows up, it will be different. Freya is a human after all, so she will consider problems from the standpoint of humans when she grows up. Chairman Sue doesn't need to worry. I just hope that she can be like Chairman Sue in the future, treating us elves as equals. Relax, she is my daughter. Sue replied with a smile. Coming to the falling rainforest this time, other than picking up Freya, Sue had another task. It was to discuss the new cooperation project between the New Flyer and the Night Song Tribe with Elder Alicia. The Night Song Tribe had a new breakthrough in plastic processing. Now they could produce a new plastic product with a high strength and hardness. At the same time, because of the magic of the elves, this new material had a certain high temperature resistance and could even replace steel to a certain extent. So, Sue named it tempered plastic. This tempered plastic could be used in most of the magic machines in the New Flyer, replacing some components. Not only could it reduce the cost of these magic machines, it could also reduce the weight of these magic machines and reduce their energy consumption. Take the simplest magic fan as an example. Other than the core part of the magic array, the other parts could be made of large amounts of normal plastic and a part of the tempered plastic. Therefore, it could reduce the weight of the magic fan by a third and reduce the cost from around 1 gold coin to around 80 silver coins. Even if it didn't seem much, as long as one thought about how in the summer that just passed, New Flyer had sold over 700,000 magic fans in various countries. One could tell that just by changing this material, it could save over 100,000 gold coins for New Flyer. Moreover, because of the strong plasticity of the tempered plastic, it could make the appearance of the magic fan more varied. When next summer came, the Frestech Chamber of Commerce would be able to release more magic fans, so naturally they would be more popular. The matter that Sue and Elder Alicia discussed was mainly about the tempered plastic project. According to Kennard's calculations, New Flyer had proposed around 300,000 tons and had a demand for 76 different kinds of tempered plastic parts. The problem was that with the current production capacity of the Night Song Tribe's factory, it was already very hard to satisfy the demand of New Flyer and the other companies. It was impossible for them to take out enough manpower to complete the large order of the tempered plastic that New Flyer had proposed. Sue naturally understood this situation, so he came to discuss with Elder Alicia this time. Other than discussing this project, there was another important matter, which was to help the Night Song Tribe's factory increase their production capacity. Even if the Night Song Tribe's factory had been working with the other factories of New Flyer, learning some of the management methods of the factories under New Flyer, greatly increasing their efficiency. In Su Yi's eyes, it was far from enough. Elder Alicia, according to my observations, just based on management, the Night Song Tribe's factory's efficiency can increase by at least 30%. If you're willing to strengthen the management of the factory and let the Elven brothers and sisters work harder, I think that the Night Song Tribe's income will increase by quite a bit. Su Yi sincerely said. Elder Alicia gave a slight nod. I understand. But Chairman Su, the nature of us elves is to pursue freedom. Actually, the management of the factory has already made many of our clansmen feel that their nature has been suppressed. If it's strengthened, I feel that many of our clansmen won't be able to take it. Su Yi said in a surprised voice. They can't even take it? Compared to the work intensity of our New Flyers factory, the Night Song Tribe's factory is already lacking by a lot. It can't be helped. This is the nature of us elves. Even though I've already forced them to change a lot, it's still very hard to suppress our clansmen's nature. Chairman Su, the reason why I chose to cooperate with your company to open this factory is to let our clansmen live a happier life. But if the clansmen are suppressed because of this factory, wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? Elder Alicia asked back. Su Yi shook his head and felt a bit helpless. As a human, it was very hard for him to understand the elves' nature of freedom. But since Elder Alicia had already explained this problem to him, it meant that this problem was already quite serious. If he continued to force them, there might really be a problem. After thinking for a bit, Su Yi suggested, then let's do it this way. Elder Alicia will still choose to strengthen the management of the Night Song Tribe's factory, but we won't enforce it. Instead, it'll be like the factories under our company, where the remuneration will be based on performance. If you're willing to accept the high-intensity work, then you'll be able to work a bit more. If you're not willing, then it doesn't matter. It's just that the remuneration will be relatively lower. What do you think? Elder Alicia slightly knit her brows, but all of the profits of this factory are currently being distributed by the clansmen. There isn't a distribution of remuneration. After cooperating with the Night Song Tribe for so long, this was the first time that Su Yi knew about the distribution of profits of the factory. After all this time, all of the profits of the Night Song Tribe's factory belonged to the Night Song Tribe. No wonder the elves in the factory weren't very interested in working. This kind of method of eating from the same big pot would definitely not stimulate any enthusiasm. This won't do. Su Yi shook his head. Elder Alicia, forgive me for being blunt, but your distribution method is unreasonable. If you want the Night Song Tribe's factory to have a better income and let the clansmen live better lives, please listen to my suggestion and cancel the current distribution model. Instead, it should be like our Frestac Chamber of Commerce's subordinate factories, giving each clansman a corresponding reward, which will make them more active. Elder Alicia didn't object. Instead, she pondered for a bit and gently nodded. Actually, I've already thought about this problem. I've always wanted to discuss it with Chairman Su. Since Chairman Su thinks that there's a problem with this distribution method, then I can try to correct it. You must do it as soon as possible. Su Yi immediately reminded her. With Su Yi's understanding of the elves, Elder Alicia's try might take a year or two. Sure enough, after hearing Su Yi's urging, Elder Alicia thought for a bit and said, Okay, I'll try to make the corresponding changes within half a year. Su Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Half a year is too long. How about this, Elder Alicia? If you trust me, I'll send a few managers from the Chamber of Commerce to help your Night Song Tribe's factory make a model change. What do you think? Elder Alicia seriously thought for a bit and slowly nodded. Okay. Seeing Elder Alicia agree, Su Yi let out a sigh of relief. The production capacity of the Night Song Tribe's factory was related to New Flyer's profits. It was also related to the future development of the Night Song Tribe, as well as the relationship between New Flyer and the Night Song Tribe. Su Yi couldn't help but seriously consider it. Moreover, the plastic products that the Night Song Tribe controlled were very important in Su Yi's mind, so Su Yi couldn't afford to lose them. To increase the production capacity of a Night Song Tribe's factory, other than improving the management software, there were two other ways to improve the hardware. One was that New Flyer would develop a new type of magic plastic processing machine for the Night Song Tribe's factory, increasing their production efficiency. For example, in the production line of the Night Song Tribe's factory, the main device was a magic plastic hardening tank that could hold 2 tons of plastic solvent. The Magic Research Institute of New Flying Chamber of Commerce and the elven magicians of the Night Song Tribe worked together to improve the most important elven magic array. Then with the Magic Machine Development Center, they successfully developed a new generation of magic plastic hardening tanks that could hold 5 tons of plastic solvent. Just based on this, it would increase the production efficiency of the normal plastics. Adding in the other related magic machines, in terms of the hardware, the efficiency of the Night Song Tribe's factory would greatly increase. The other method was to increase the number of people. Although the total number of elves in the Night Song Tribe had been increasing over the years, which made Elder Lucia very satisfied. With the growth rate of the elves, they had only increased by less than 10 people. Their total population was only around 1,000, which was very limited. So Sue-E proposed to Elder Lucia that they could learn from New Flyer and recruit some people outside the Night Song Tribe to work in the factory, increasing their production capacity. Or they could be like New Flyer and use a joint venture model, investing in a new factory in another place. They could give the complicated processes to others, and they could just grasp the core technology. Elder Alicia was very moved by Sue-Yi's proposal, saying that she would seriously consider it. Of course, according to the customs of the elves, Elder Alicia's consideration would take at least half a year. This was something that Sue-Yi couldn't do anything about. After the preliminary discussion was over, the sky had already turned dark. Sue-Yi didn't reject Elder Alicia's invitation to stay and decided to spend a night in the Night Song Tribe before leaving. Everything was normal at first, but after dinner, Elder Alicia suddenly pulled Sue-Yi to the side and secretly gave him a thin book. Seeing the strange expression on Elder Alicia's face, Sue-Yi was very confused as he took the book. Looking down, Sue-Yi almost fell down. On the cover of the book, there was a title written in the Elven language that Sue-Yi didn't understand, but now beside the title, there was a special label written in the Signs Common language. This label naturally represented the name of the book. As for the name, it was research on the details of the union between the elves and humans. If one looked at the detailed pictures and descriptions after opening the book, this book was simply a sex book for the elves. Chapter 629. The next morning, Sue-Yi carried the reluctant Freya, as well as Liz and Linda, who came with her, as well as Agnes, to bid farewell to Elder Alicia. The 4 people and 1 elf sat in the magic sedan that Sue-Yi had parked outside. It only took 2 hours to reach Bana City that they hadn't seen in a long time, heading straight to the City Lord Manor. Since Seveni was crowned the queen, Bana City had a new city lord. The current city lord, Count Will, was a firm supporter of Seveni. He was only in his 40s this year and could be considered a very young count in the Lampari kingdom. Seveni had sent him as the new city lord, which showed how much importance Seveni placed on Bana City. Count Will had been Banta City's city lord for a year now, working hard to follow Her Majesty Seveni's wishes, working hard to revitalize the magic machine industry in Bana City. With the support of the New Flyer, although there were many companies in Bana City, especially the New Flyer that had pulled out most of their businesses, making it less prosperous than before, with the cooperation of the New Flyer, most of the prosperity in the city had been restored. Once they entered Bana City, they could see all kinds of advertisements and signs for magic machines. But if one looked carefully, they would find that on these magic machines, there were traces of the New Flyer. This was because most of the magic machine companies in Bana City came from the joint venture between the New Flyer and the Lampari Kingdom. Strictly speaking, for every magic machine that these companies sold, the Shinfei merchants would profit from it. Even if this wasn't as profitable as the New Flyer selling Shinfei brand magic machines. With these joint ventures and the large and mature market in the Lampari Kingdom, the New Flyer had earned a large profit of over 5 million gold coins from the Lampari Kingdom in the past 9 months of this year. However, this time, Sue-Yi didn't come to Bana City for these joint ventures. Rather, it was for something that many people didn't think was important. It was a small matter that didn't need the new Flyers chairman to personally make a move. Because of Count Will's orders, Su Yi's magic sedan entered the city lord's manor without any hindrance. Soon Su Yi saw Count Will himself. When he saw Su Yi, Count Will revealed a warm smile. Chairman Su, after 2 years, you're finally back in Banda City. I represent all the citizens of Banda City to give you a sincere welcome. Su Yi laughed and shook hands with Count Will before saying, Sir Count, your words are too serious. Banda City has always been my second home in my heart. How could I need a special welcome when I'm back? All right, I hope that Chairman Su will always remember that Banda City is your second home, and I hope that Chairman Su can come back to your home more often. Count Will said with a sincere smile, Banda City is currently in its most crucial period of rapid development. We can't do without Chairman Su's support. Su Yi shook his head with a faint smile. Based on what I saw on the road, Banda City is in a very stable and fast-developing state. Even without me, I believe that Banda City will become one of the top cities in the Lampari Kingdom. After the two finished exchanging pleasantries, they quickly entered the discussion stage. Su Yi's main goal in coming back to Banda City this time was to participate in the spring and fall bicycle race that was held twice a year. Other than last fall, it was held every year. Although the cycling competition had only been held 6 times so far, the scale of each competition was larger than the previous one. This year, when the cycling competition was changed to the first half of the spring, the number of participants was as high as 50,000. For this fall's bicycle race, other than the participants from Banda City and the surrounding cities, there were many people from the other cities of the Lampari Kingdom that came to sign up. Other than the Lampari Kingdom, there were quite a few people from the Drake Duchy, the Mirando Duchy, and the Kingdom of Ruhr that signed up. So this year's Banda City bicycle race could be considered an international race. Not only did it have a large influence in the Lampari Kingdom, it even had a large influence in the surrounding countries. What was different from the previous races was that starting from this year's bicycle race, they began accepting groups of teams to participate. Because of this rule, in this year's bicycle race, there were many teams that signed up. Apart from a small number of convoys that were organized on their own accord, most of the other convoys were either funded by a certain merchant association or a certain noble family. Among these teams, there was a team that attracted everyone's attention because this team was called the Xinfei team. This Xinfei team was of course funded by the New Flyer. Things like bicycles were developed by the New Flyer. Even if there were many companies that received the technology from the New Flyer and began to produce their own brand of bicycles, everyone was certain that when it came to bicycles, the New Flyer would definitely surpass the other companies. So when most people bought bicycles, they would first choose the Xinfei brand. Now the Xinfei brand had a terrifying 80% share of the bicycle race, and this was a number that Su Yi deliberately set. If he really wanted to, he could even raise this percentage to 90% or even higher. With the Xinfei team participating in the bicycle race, to most people, the championship would fall into the hands of the Xinfei team. But New Flyer immediately announced a new decision in the Banda Times. In order to prevent the prize money from New Flyer from falling into the hands of New Flyer, the Xinfei team's results wouldn't be included in the rankings. But New Flyer also announced that in order to promote the healthy development of bicycle races, starting from next year's fall bicycle race, the Xinfei team would be included in the competition. If the Xinfei team won the championship, the prize money would still be given. In this announcement in the Banda Times, there was a sentence that Su Yi had announced to everyone. I'll give you a year to catch up to the Xinfei team. If you can't do it, then don't think about winning the championship. These words for normal participants were just too domineering, making them feel a bit unconvinced, but they couldn't do anything about it. But for the teams that represented the various companies and large nobles, this was without a doubt a naked provocation. And for the teams that represented the companies that produced bicycles, this was an even greater challenge. For these teams, it was obvious that they would use the bicycles produced by their own companies to participate in this race. If they could obtain good results like this, even surpassing the Xinfei brand bicycles, it would without a doubt be a good advertisement for their company's bicycles. Banda City's bicycle race received a lot of attention, So if they could do this, it would make their companies very famous. It would without a doubt greatly increase the sales of their company's bicycles. But now that Sue had thrown out these words, it was without a doubt telling the other companies that they weren't qualified yet. Although the other companies weren't convinced, no one could refute this. In terms of strength in the mechanical field, no matter which company it was impossible for them to compare to the new Flyer. After introducing the details of the bicycle race to Sue, Count Will invited Sue to the City Lord Manor's conference room. When the door was opened, Sue saw several familiar faces. Thinking about it, Sue remembered that these people were the chairman of the joint venture companies in Banda City. If he didn't remember wrong, the companies under these chairmen were mainly in the bicycle industry. Seeing Sue and Count Will come in together, the chairman quickly stood up. Their faces were filled with smiles that were several times more enthusiastic than Count Will's from before. After both sides exchanged a few pleasantries, Count Will quickly got to the main topic. These chairmen of the bicycle companies had been specially called here by Count Will. The so-called reason was to use this chance with Sue to discuss a deeper cooperation in the bicycle industry with Sue. Sue wasn't surprised by this. Actually, this was something he had revealed to Count Will ahead of time, so it could be considered his own arrangement. Sue had released the announcement of the new Flyer in the Banda Times a few days ago, which could be considered a foreshadowing. It was for this discussion. These companies relied on their joint venture with the new Flyer to produce bicycles. Even if they couldn't break the monopoly of the Xinfei brand bicycles, they had obtained quite a bit of profit from this. Now that Sue was willing to discuss a deeper cooperation with them, naturally they welcomed him. But the deep cooperation that Sue proposed made these chairmen a bit stunned. Sue didn't do what they expected or what they expected. He didn't plan on giving them more bicycle production technology to improve the quality of their bicycles. Rather, as soon as he opened his mouth, he proposed to hold a professional competition with them. To put it simply, it's a professional bicycle race that is different from tomorrow's bicycle race. If the Banda City bicycle race is a race that everyone can participate in, the race that we're holding now is a race that only professional cyclists and professional bicycle teams can participate in. The chairmen looked at each other, and one of them couldn't help asking, "But Chairman Sue, what meaning is there in doing this? If it's just a race, the current Banda City bicycle race is already mature enough and can attract people's attention." The other chairman also had looks of agreement. Sue revealed a faint smile and shook his head. "No, the race that I want to hold will only allow professionals to participate. The participating teams will only be allowed to use the name of their own Chamber of Commerce, and they will only be allowed to use bicycles produced by their own Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, it will represent the highest standard of bicycle racing. This highest level doesn't just mean the highest level of participants, it also means the highest level of bicycles. Do you understand what I mean?" Hearing Sue Yi's explanation, the chairman thought about it before their eyes lit up at the same time. Chapter 630. The reason why he chose to hold another competition was because Sue wanted to imitate the competitions on Earth. He wanted to create a professional, high-end bicycle competition. It would be like the famous competitions on Earth, using this competition to promote bicycles and bicycles, letting the people of the signs accept the existence of bicycles. Although Banda City's bicycle race had attracted a lot of attention, because it was a competition for everyone, it wasn't professional. It didn't have any high-end meaning in the eyes of normal people, so the advertising effect wasn't that good. But if they could make the competition that Sue proposed famous, the advertising effect will be much bigger. Other than this, Sue also hoped that he could help these companies develop their brands through this competition. Think about it. Being able to be recognized by New Flyer and participate in the most professional and high-end bicycle competition. Didn't that mean that their brand of bicycles was recognized by New Flyer? If one paid attention to bicycles, they would pay attention to the Xinfei brand through this competition, so naturally they would pay attention to the bicycles of the other companies. It was different from the companies on Earth who were worried about competitors. Sue was worried that New Flyer wouldn't have any competitors. To achieve his dream of creating a complete industrial system in the signs, it was impossible to rely on just him and a single company like New Flyer. Only by having more people and more companies participate could he realize this dream. So he had always paid attention to training people in this industry, helping them enter the magic machine industry and helping them gain a foothold in this industry. The bicycle companies of Bana City had performed well in the year that they worked with New Flyer, obtaining Suyi's approval. So he was willing to hold this competition to help them establish their brand image. After he expressed his thoughts to the chairman of these companies. He received the praise of the chairman. They all expressed that they were willing to support Suyi's proposal. City Lord, who was the middleman on the side, was naturally happy to see this matter succeed because it would help these companies quickly grow. As long as these companies could gain a foothold in the future, it was very likely that they could become a large company that could compete with New Flyer in the bicycle industry, which would have a large influence on Bana City. In front of and the chairman, City Lord will solemnly promise that he would fully support this competition. He would also provide all the necessary conditions for the cooperation between New Flyer and these companies. This meeting ended with everyone's happy mood. After the chairman left, City Lord will ask Chairman since you can propose this cooperation for the bicycle industry, then for the other industries, do you have a method to help them develop as quickly as possible? City Lord could be sent to Banta City by 70 as the City Lord. So naturally, he could be considered 70's confidant. He had heard many evaluations of from 70 before, so he knew that was different from normal merchants. He didn't just care about his own benefits. Rather, he cared about the development of the entire magic machine industry. So now that he saw that he wanted to help these bicycle companies develop, he couldn't help wanting to help the other magic machine industry companies in Bana City gain some benefits. He revealed a faint smile and waved his hand. Sir Count, you can't rush this. The reason why I chose to cooperate with the bicycle industry first is because the bicycle can't be considered a magic machine. The threshold to enter is lower and the difficulty to grasp the manufacturing process is also lower. Now that the quality of the bicycles produced by the Bana City companies has reached a certain standard, they can compete with our New Flyer. As for the other industries, he didn't continue, but City Lord instantly understood Suyi's meaning. It was very simple. Other than the bicycles, the magic machines produced by the other companies couldn't enter Suyi's eyes at all. They weren't even qualified to compete with the magic machines produced by the New Flyer. If these magic machines were to compete with the Frestec brand magic machines now, they would be crushed without leaving a single scrap. Not only would this not help them, it would harm them. Thinking of this, City Lord felt emotional. He was truly thinking for the other companies in the magic machine industry. Otherwise, with the New Flyer's absolute lead and the reputation of a New Flyer, the other companies wouldn't have a chance at all. When he was about to praise he suddenly changed the topic and asked, Sir Count, has the motorcade sent by the Drake Duchy arrived? City Lord was surprised. After thinking for a bit, he nodded, yes, the Drake Duchy only sent a motorcade, using the name of a company from the Drake Duchy. They arrived 3 days ago and are currently staying at the newly opened Omrit Hotel outside the city. Omrit Hotel? He muttered in a low voice before suddenly revealing a smile. Then he bid farewell to City Lord I still have some things to take care of. Sir Count, when the competition starts tomorrow, I will be there on time. City Lord wanted to have stay for lunch, but seeing the expression on Suyi's face, he knew that he had other plans, so he didn't keep him. Although he was doubtful about suddenly asking about the Drake Duchy motorcade, he still revealed a smile as he bid farewell to After leaving the City Lord Manor, drove the magic sedan. He drove Freya, Agnes, Liz, and Linda to the new city district to the west of Bana City. After 70 took the throne, because of the cooperation with the New Flyer, the new city district that had been stagnant before quickly developed again. Now, Banta City's new city district was over 10 times the size of the old city district. Not only were there more than 100 factories of various types set up in the industrial area, but the residential area had also become extremely prosperous. All kinds of shops could be seen everywhere, and the streets were crowded with people. At a glance, it was a bustling scene. In the residential area of the new city, the most eye-catching thing was a 7-story building that rose from the ground and was more than 20 meters tall. Other than this building, the other tallest buildings in the new city district were only 10 meters tall. So looking at it from afar, this building was like a crane and a flock of chickens, looking very eye-catching. This building was the Embark Grand Hotel that had just been built last month. The reason why it was called this was naturally because this building was built by the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce. The success of this building represented a major breakthrough for the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce in the construction industry. Because before this building, although there were other buildings that were several dozen meters tall on the signs, like the Kamla Empire's Royal Palace that was over 50 meters tall, these buildings were all built with large stone blocks. However, these high-rise buildings were built with huge stones. The amount of human resources required to build them was terrifying. It was not something that could be completed by ordinary people. The Embark Grand Hotel built by the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce was over 20 meters tall and the ground floor was over 1,000 square meters. But the total investment was only 260,000 gold coins. Although this number was quite large for normal people, it wasn't that far away. More importantly, after this hotel was built, normal people could enter at any time, whether they wanted to stay or visit. It was completely up to them. As for places like the Kamla Empire's Royal Palace, how could normal people enter? So when the Embark Grand Hotel was built and put into use, it was immediately filled with people. The specially built viewing balcony on the top floor of the hotel was almost always packed with people. Everyone hoped to be able to stand at a high place and look down at the scenery below. In the past, this was a privilege that only belonged to mages and some privileged people, but now anyone could stand at such a high place. Sui met Princess Caroline in a luxurious room on the top floor of the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce. When he saw her, Princess Caroline was standing next to the large window of the room, looking at the scenery outside with a thoughtful expression. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, Princess Caroline didn't turn around. Only when Sui walked to her side and stood next to her in front of the window and looked at the scenery below for a while did she let out a sigh. Chairman Su, standing here, I finally understand why so many people are so eager to control power. Because looking down on everyone from a high place and treating everyone like ants, it's really easy for people to feel a sense of satisfaction. Sui shot a glance at the bustling crowd outside the window, thinking that this was only a 7-story building. If you were to go up to a 100-story building on Earth, you wouldn't even be able to see the crowd below. Wouldn't you be even more moved? Turning his head to look at Princess Caroline, he discovered that after not seeing her for nearly 2 years, Princess Caroline was now even more beautiful. Moreover, compared to before, she now had a mature charm. Compared to before, there was still a trace of immaturity between her eyebrows, which made her even more alluring. Feeling Suyi's gaze, Princess Caroline turned her head and revealed a brilliant smile to Sui. This smile was like a flower blooming, tender and beautiful beyond compare. Sui couldn't help smiling as well. Your Highness, after not seeing you for 2 years, you've become even more beautiful. As an old friend, I feel very gratified. Just very gratified? Princess Caroline's smile had a trace of playfulness. You don't feel very moved? Sui laughed. I've never denied that your Highness is moved. Shortly after, he restrained his smile and said with a serious expression, But your Highness, now isn't the time to discuss whether or not your heart is moved, right? Princess Caroline's smile quickly disappeared, and she gave a soft sigh before nodding. That's right, Chairman Sui. I secretly came to see you this time to ask you for help. If you're not willing to lend a hand, our Drake Duchy might fall into a desperate situation. Chapter 631. Princess Caroline's face was as beautiful as a flower, and she had a pleading look on her face, making people feel pity for her. However, Sui looked at Princess Caroline, and his expression didn't change at all. Rather, his voice turned cold. Your Highness, forgive me for being blunt, but this matter is your Drake Duchy's fault for not listening to my advice. Now you're asking me for help. Don't you think it's a bit funny? Princess Caroline's expression turned dark. After pausing, the worry on her face disappeared, and she revealed a charming smile again. She took Su Yi's arm without any politeness and shook it. Although this is our mistake, I know that Chairman Su definitely wouldn't sit by and watch, right? Otherwise, you definitely wouldn't have come to see me. Su Yi coldly looked at her and didn't reply, as his expression didn't change at all. This time Princess Caroline came to Banta City with the Drake Duchy's motorcade. Of course, it wasn't a cheer on the Drake Duchy's motorcade, but rather to discuss something with Su Yi. Or to be more precise, she was here to ask for help from Su Yi. When King Eric was on the throne, Count Samo was worried that King Eric and Duke Stag would target the new flyers industry in Seoul City. So after discussing this with Su Yi, he gradually moved this industry to the Drake Duchy. Because of the support of the Drake Duchy, these industries were kept intact and had already taken root in the Drake Duchy. Not only did they develop well, the Drake Duchy obtained large amounts of technology from them and began to invest in developing their own magic machine industry. Of course, this was with Su Yi's tacit approval. Otherwise, the Drake Duchy's magic machine industry wouldn't have developed as well as it did. But perhaps because it developed too smoothly and too quickly, and because the Lampari Kingdom fell into a period of chaos due to the change in power, the Drake Duchy lost contact with Su Yi. Without the technical support and guidance of the new flyer, the Drake Duchy began to develop magic machine technology and made some progress. They even developed several household magic machines that were different from the Shinfei brand and sold them to the two countries beside the Drake Duchy, earning large amounts of profit. After Su Yi regained contact with the Drake Duchy and learned of this matter, he immediately asked the Drake Duchy to send over the magic machine technology they had developed. He wanted the Frestec Chamber of Commerce to see if there were any mistakes or flaws, but he was rejected by the Drake Duchy. Su Yi had given the Drake Duchy a warning back then, saying that developing magic machines was a systematic project. Without a solid foundation, it was easy for problems to occur. But the Drake Duchy had ignored Su Yi's warning and even weakened their relationship with the new flyer because of this. Su Yi naturally didn't have the power to interfere with the decision of the Drake Duchy that was 2,000 kilometers away from the Principality of Constantine. Moreover, the Drake Duchy wasn't willing to cooperate, so naturally he wasn't willing to force them. Seeing the Drake Duchy's betrayal, he simply didn't care. In the beginning, there wasn't a problem, but just last month, there was a serious problem with the Drake Duchy's side. The Drake Duchy had sold their magic fans and magic refrigerators to the two neighboring countries, but there had been several accidents. Then there had been large-scale failures, causing many accidents. This caused the citizens of the two countries to be filled with dissatisfaction and distrust towards the Drake Duchy. Because of this matter, the two countries made a serious protest to the Drake Duchy. They were very angry that the Drake Duchy sold such low-quality products to them. So they requested the Drake Duchy to immediately compensate them and propose a plan to solve the problem. The compensation was fine, but in terms of a solution, the Drake Duchy met a problem. This was because the Drake Duchy had carefully studied it, and with the help of the technicians the new flyer had left in the Drake Duchy, they found that the magic fans and magic refrigerators that they developed had large-scale failures because of a design flaw. If they wanted to fix this design flaw, it meant that all the production lines and processes would need to be changed. The Drake Duchy didn't have this ability, and it was impossible for them to change all the production lines and processes. Because to do this, according to their estimates, they would have to invest at least 3 million gold coins. Adding in the compensation to the two countries, the Drake Duchy would have to pay at least 5 million gold coins because of this matter. For the Drake Duchy that only had a revenue of over 1 million gold coins a year, this was without a doubt a serious loss that they couldn't afford. However, the compensation to the two countries had to be given and the changes to the production line and process had to be continued. Otherwise, it would be equal to the Drake Duchy's investment in this area being a complete failure and the initial investment would be a complete loss. But with the Drake Duchy alone, they didn't have the strength to do this. Feeling helpless, they could only ask Sue-Yi for help. But Sue-Yi was very dissatisfied with the Drake Duchy's betrayal. Now that the Drake Duchy was in trouble, they turned around to ask for help. Even if they sent out a super beauty like Princess Caroline, how could he easily agree? Seeing Sue-Yi's cold face, Princess Caroline lowered her head and revealed a pitiful look. She said in a soft voice, "I know that you must be very angry, but we also have our difficulties. Our Drake Duchy is a small country. If we don't have anything in our hands, we can only be bullied by others." Sue-Yi gave a snort. "So you can go back on our previous agreement and develop your own products without knowing about me? Don't forget, I specially warned you about this, but you didn't listen. Now that you've met a problem, why don't you solve it yourselves? I know my wrongs." Princess Caroline revealed a coquettish appearance before grabbing Sue-Yi's arm and shaking it. She revealed a charming smile and said in a soft voice, "If you're angry, we'll compensate you. For example, as long as you're willing, I can use my body to compensate you." Sue-Yi's right arm shook and broke free from Princess Caroline's grasp. He took a step back and shook his head before saying with a serious expression, "Your Highness, I think you should know that your body doesn't have any meaning in this matter. Moreover, I'm not interested in this matter, so don't waste time." Princess Caroline couldn't help glaring at Sue-Yi. She was a natural-born beauty. Not only was she the #1 beauty in the Drake Duchy, even after meeting so many people outside, only Sue-Yi's current wife, Steele, could compare to her in terms of looks. Everyone else was a bit inferior. Why was it that no matter what she did, Sue-Yi wasn't tempted at all? If his interests were special and he didn't like beauties, how could he have taken a wife like Steele? Even his female slaves were all very beautiful. It was clear that he didn't have much resistance to beauties like normal men. Sue-Yi didn't know that Princess Caroline's thoughts had already drifted to something completely unrelated. Seeing her in a daze, he gave a sigh before continuing, "But what you just said was right. If I wasn't willing to help you solve your problem, I wouldn't have come to see you." Hearing this, Princess Caroline's expression changed, and her large eyes were filled with joy. "Really? Is that true? Chairman Sue, you're willing to help us?" "That's right." Sue-Yi slowly nodded. "No matter how your Drake Duchy views our Frestech Chamber of Commerce and me, in my mind, the Drake Duchy is still an important partner. As long as you're willing to cooperate with us in the future, I can treat the previous matters as if they never happened." Seeing Sue-Yi's serious expression, Princess Caroline's heart was filled with joy. This was a large amount of 5 million gold coins. It was like a mountain that pressed down on the hearts of the Drake Duchy's high-level members. It also pressed down on Princess Caroline's face until recently. Everyone knew that if the new flyer was willing to help, they could easily solve this problem. But because of what the Drake Duchy did before, no one in the Drake Duchy had any confidence that Sue-Yi would agree to help. Princess Caroline took the opportunity of the Banna City bicycle race to see Sue-Yi and obtained Sue-Yi's agreement, which filled her heart with a trace of hope. However, only when Sue-Yi personally agreed to help did Princess Caroline put down the mountain in her heart, and the smile on her face became bright for the first time. Seeing the smile on Princess Caroline's face, Sue-Yi shook his head and gave a sigh in his heart. If it was from a personal point of view, the Drake Duchy going back on their agreement made him very dissatisfied, so he wasn't willing to help the Drake Duchy. But looking at it from an overall point of view, the Drake Duchy was already deeply affected by the magic machine industry. In Sue-Yi's plan, it was an important piece of territory for the magic machine industry, so it definitely couldn't be easily lost. Even if the Drake Duchy didn't appear, he would still think of a way to take back his influence on this territory and make it develop according to his plan. Now that the Drake Duchy had this serious matter that could harm their national strength, they wanted him to help, which was a very good opportunity for him. The attitude he had put on in front of Princess Caroline was nothing more than an act. Moreover, his acting skills really weren't that good. If it was Kennard, his acting would be much more realistic. But if it was Kennard, he wouldn't be so direct with Princess Caroline. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Sue-Yi nodded to Princess Caroline and continued, There's no problem with helping you, but Your Highness, I'm not helping you selflessly. Correspondingly, I have to make some requests. This was naturally within Princess Caroline's expectations. She nodded and said with a charming smile, "Of course there's no problem. As long as Chairman Su is willing to help, no matter what conditions you raise, we can discuss it. Moreover, these conditions also include me." Looking at Princess Caroline's charming eyes and smile, Su Yi's eyes were still clear as he said with a serious expression, "Your Highness, this matter involves 5 million gold coins. I believe that there is no woman in this world whose body is worth 5 million gold coins." Princess Caroline's expression suddenly changed. Su Yi's words were clearly treating her as a woman who had sold her body. But thinking about it, what difference was there between what she had just said and selling her body? Thinking of this, Princess Caroline's expression suddenly changed. She only felt humiliation, anger, helplessness, and deep sorrow in her heart. Su Yi calmly looked at her for a while before suddenly grabbing her hand and speaking in a much softer voice. "At the same time, I also believe that in this world, there is no woman whose heart can be bought with 5 million gold coins." Princess Caroline was slightly stunned. She raised her head to look at Su Yi's incomparably clear eyes and incomparably sincere face. She only felt a strange feeling surge in her heart, and she was stunned for a moment. Chapter 632. The 1st of October, it was a very memorable day for Su Yi, but for the people of Signs, it wasn't a special day. Even in the Lampari Kingdom, the 1st of October wasn't anything special. Only in Bana City would the 1st of October be a bit different from normal, because on this day, it was the day of the Bana City bicycle race. Other than last year, when the Lampari Kingdom fell into civil strife and the race was cancelled, since the new flyer proposed this race 4 years ago, the 1st of April and the 1st of October were the busiest days of the year in Bana City. After a long time, it had even become an important festival for the people of Bana City, especially this year's autumn bicycle race. Because of the cooperation between Banta City's City Lord Manor and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, they had advertised it a month ahead of time in the Lampuri Kingdom and the surrounding countries. As the race approached, there were countless people who wanted to participate in it that had flocked to the city. There were even people who rode their bicycles from places that were at least 800 kilometers away to come here. After the Banta Times reported this matter, it ignited everyone's passion for participating. It made the number of people participating in the bicycle race reach a new high, far surpassing the previous races. On the day before the competition, which was also the registration deadline, the final tally of the number of people who had signed up for the competition actually exceeded 60,000. Of course, the reason why there were so many people signing up, other than the Bana City Lord Manor and the new flyer's good advertising, there was another important reason. It was that the prize money for this race was much higher than before. According to the prize money announced by the new flyer a month ahead of time, as well as the tradition of the previous races, as long as one placed in the top 100, they would receive a cash prize. But this time the new flyer had greatly increased the prize. 51st to 101st, each person would receive 100 gold coins. 11th to 50th, each person would receive 300 gold coins. 4th to 10th, each person would receive 500 gold coins. 3rd place would receive 1,000 gold coins. 2nd place would receive 2,000 gold coins, and the champion would receive a shocking 5,000 gold coins. When the various newspapers announced the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's rewards, it created an uproar in every place. The champion would be rewarded with 5,000 gold coins. If he could win the championship, he wouldn't have to worry about money for the rest of his life. Even if he couldn't become the champion, the runner-up would still receive 2,000 gold coins, which was also a shocking amount of wealth. As long as one entered the top 100, they would earn at least 100 gold coins. Although 100 gold coins wasn't considered much for the people of Bana City, it was still very attractive to the people of other places. Therefore, just for the sake of the ridiculously high prize money, countless people scrambled for this competition like a flock of ducks. "Hey, Chairman Su, I have to say that you're really generous. Mayor Will and Sue stood behind the rostrum of the opening ceremony and looked at the crowd behind the curtain. Mayor Will couldn't help but sigh. Even if we don't mention the cost of publicity and organization, the prize money alone is more than 30,000 gold coins. Moreover, this competition is just a charity event. New Flyer won't be able to get any benefits from it. I think, other than Chairman Sue, no other businessman would do something like this, right? No, Sir Count, you're wrong. Sue shook his head and said with a faint smile, although our company can't get any benefit from this competition, we've already invested close to 100,000 gold coins. But if you say that we can't get any benefits from this, that would be a big mistake. Oh, Mayor Will looked at Sue with a curious gaze. Why can't I see it? Sue revealed a smile and pointed at the crowd in the distance. Look, Sir Count, just the people participating in this competition are already over 60,000. As for the people who aren't participating and are just watching, it's already over this number. At the same time, the people who know about this competition and pay attention to it are several times this number. Even if I underestimate it, I think that there are over 1 million people who know about this competition. It's definitely not that little. City Lord Will shook his head. Mayor Will shook his head and said, with the previous publicity, I don't dare say for other countries, but at least in our Lampari kingdom, I dare say that even if a person is deaf or blind, they will still know about this competition. If we calculate it, it's definitely possible for it to exceed 5 million. That's why I said that this is our company's biggest benefit. Sue said with a smile. Don't you think that this is actually the best way to advertise? Through this competition, we can let so many people know about our new flyer and even leave a deep impression in their hearts. I think that if we just rely on normal publicity, not to mention 100,000 gold coins, even 200,000 or 300,000 gold coins wouldn't be able to achieve this effect. Mayor Will stared blankly for a moment before revealing a look of understanding. Indeed, no wonder you've been promoting this competition with the slogan of sunshine and health. This can be considered as establishing a positive image for New Flyer in people's hearts. Sir Count really understands with a hint. Sue said with a smile. Mayor Will gave a soft nod before asking in confusion. But Chairman Sue, there is no one in our Lampari kingdom that doesn't know about your new flyer. So why do you need to rely on this competition and spend so much effort and money to advertise? Don't you think it's a waste? No, Sir City Lord. Creating a brand image is a very long process, and it will never end. Moreover, creating a brand image is very hard, but destroying it is very easy. So no matter what, you have to work hard to advertise your brand image and protect it so that it won't be easily damaged. After saying this, Sue suddenly turned his head and looked at Princess Caroline, who was looking at the participants in the distance with interest while listening to the conversation between Sue and Mayor Will. Your Highness, forgive me for being blunt, but because of the incident that happened in your Drake Duchy, your country's brand image has been greatly damaged. If you want to restore the negative image in other people's hearts, you have to pay a very large price. I hope that you can be mentally prepared for this, and that Duke Drake can clearly understand this. Princess Caroline was a bit stunned before revealing a faint smile. She nodded and seriously said, I understand. But Chairman Sue, I don't know much about creating a brand image. Can you help us with this? Sue shook his head. He thought that Princess Caroline really knew how to climb up a pole, immediately turning it around to rely on him. But if he wanted to help the Drake Duchy establish a magic machine industrial system and make it a part of Sue Yi's magic machine industrial system, rebuilding the image of the Drake Duchy's magic machines was something that had to be done. So he didn't refuse and nodded in agreement. Seeing Sue agree, Princess Caroline immediately revealed a smile. She didn't avoid City Lord Will on the side as she grabbed Sue Yi's arm and leaned forward, pressing her full chest against Sue Yi's arm. Then she revealed a sweet smile to City Lord Will. City Lord Will, if you think that Chairman Sue will do a losing business, then you're completely wrong. I've known him for so long, but I've never seen him do a losing business. Sue looked at her and coldly said, Let's not talk about other things, but in the matter of your Drake Duchy, I've lost quite a bit. Princess Caroline knew that Sue was still brooding over the Drake Duchy's betrayal of the agreement. She couldn't refute this and could only stick out her tongue before smiling. She tightened her grip on Su Yi's arm and pressed her chest closer. Her charming eyes were like silk as she softly said, "At worst, I'll compensate you." Su Yi slightly knit his brows and was stunned. He wanted to pull his arm back, but he never thought that Princess Caroline would use so much strength that he couldn't pull it back. In this situation, Su Yi couldn't really use all his strength to break free, so he could only helplessly let her do as she pleased. Princess Caroline saw that Su Yi couldn't break free and immediately revealed a proud smile. City Lord Will on the side laughed when he saw this and said to the two of them, "I'm going to host the opening ceremony. If the two of you are willing to watch the competition, please wait in the VIP seats." Watching City Lord Will leave, Princess Caroline suddenly turned to Su Yi and asked with a slight frown, "Chairman Su, I know about your two beautiful maids and your daughter Freya, but where did that beautiful elven girl come from? Why was she in your room this late? Could it be that she is also your—" Seeing Princess Caroline's doubtful look, Su Yi couldn't help laughing. Because when he left Bana City, Su Yi had already sold all his businesses in Bana City, even selling the Falling Star Manor. So when he came back this time, Su Yi didn't have a fixed residence. He rejected City Lord Will's invitation to stay in the City Lord Manor and chose to stay in the Amrit Hotel. 1. It was to make it easier to discuss the cooperation with the Drake Duchy with Princess Caroline. 2. It was because the Amrit Hotel was the most luxurious residence in Bana City. Adding in the fact that Chairman Cruz had already given Su Yi a VIP card. He didn't need to spend a single cent to stay here, so naturally he wouldn't choose any other place. Princess Caroline stayed in the most luxurious room, right next to Su Yi's. Last night, Princess Caroline had knocked on Su Yi's door. Princess Caroline had some strange thoughts in her heart, but when the door opened, she found that other than Su Yi, there was also an elven girl in the room. She was instantly confused. Although Princess Caroline had retreated because of this, she had always been curious about the appearance of this elven girl. Now she couldn't help asking Su Yi about it. "Your guess is right," Su Yi calmly replied. "She is called Agnes. She is my new elven wife." Princess Caroline looked at Su Yi in a daze for a while before taking a deep breath. She said with a shocked look, "You can even conquer an elven girl. It's no wonder you can ignore my charm." Su Yi revealed a faint smile. If Princess Caroline knew that even an elven girl like Agnes was forced by Elder Alicia and Elder Lysania for a long time before he was forced to pick her, what kind of expression would she have? Chapter 633. The final results of the Banta City bicycle race surprised quite a few people. The Frestac Chamber of Commerce had sent a total of 5 drivers, but these 5 drivers had surpassed everyone else to reach the finish line, taking first to 5th place. Although the new flyer had announced ahead of time that these 5 riders wouldn't take any places and wouldn't take any prize money, in everyone's eyes, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th place belonged to the Xinfei team. As for the others, they were just picking up the leftovers from the Xinfei team. Because the Frestac team's racers had taken the lead from beginning to end, most of the other racers could only accept it, but they were also a bit depressed. According to the announcement from the new flyer, the riders of the Xinfei team would be officially participating next year and their results would be recorded. The most important thing was that they would take the prize money. But in just a single year, how could they close such a large gap and catch up to the riders of the Xinfei team? It was a good thing that after a few days, there was another announcement from the new flyer in the Bana Times. In this announcement, the new flyer said that starting next year, the new flyer would be working with several other companies to hold a professional bicycle race, which would be an official competition. The riders of the Xinfei team wouldn't be participating in a public competition like the Bana City bicycle race next year. They would only be participating in a professional race. This news attracted everyone's attention. What was a professional race? How was it different from the Banta City bicycle race? The so-called professional, where did it come from? Was it just because the riders were stronger? If it really was like this, it would be great news for the people who wanted to participate in the Bana City bicycle race. Without the strong competitors, their chances of winning the prize money would greatly increase. However, when everyone saw the detailed explanation of this so-called professional bicycle race that was temporarily called the Shinfei bicycle race, they were all shocked. Because in the announcement, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had said that the champion of this series would receive a high prize of over 50,000 gold coins. 50,000 gold coins. For most people, this was an incomparably large amount of money that they couldn't even dream of. If they could obtain 50,000 gold coins, not to mention not having to worry about food and clothing, they could even live a luxurious life that they could only dream of. For many people, if they were given 50,000 gold coins, it wasn't a problem no matter what they had to pay. This so-called Frestec Bicycle Grand Prix, was it really worth that much? Hey kid, you're really planning on giving 50,000 gold coins to the champion? With Suyi's current position, the only one who dared to blow his beard and stare at him without any courtesy was of course Great Magician Camilla. He looked at the Banta Times in his hand before looking at the smiling Su-Yi and giving a strong snort. I worked hard in the magic research facility for a year, and you only gave me a salary of 10,000 gold coins. Now, he's just a good cyclist, and you're willing to give him 50,000 gold coins? A salary of Shinfei. Could it be that you think that a great magician like me isn't worth that much? So he quickly waved his hand and explained, No, of course not. The position of a great magician in my heart is something that no one can compare to. Don't you think so, Great Magician Taluchi? Great Magician Taluchi, who had been watching Great Magician Camilla with a smile on his face, said with a nod, I believe that Su-Yi places importance on great magicians in your heart. But Great Magician Taluchi deliberately dragged out his voice. It's like Camilla said, a cyclist receiving more money than us two great magicians. This doesn't seem too reasonable, right? Seeing the unkind gazes of the two great magicians, Su-Yi couldn't help giving a bitter laugh. When he made the rules of the race, he wanted to create a stir and forgot to consider this point. After thinking for a bit, Su-Yi said with a serious expression, Grandfather, Great Magician Taluchi, you have to pay attention. It says that the champion may receive a maximum of 50,000 gold coins, but it isn't certain. In fact, according to the rules of the race, it is impossible to receive the highest prize. Then how much can it be? Great Magician Taluchi kept asking. The highest is 50,000 gold coins, but it should be at least 20,000 gold coins, right? That is still more than us. That's right. Great Magician Camilla glared at him. Brat, if you don't explain yourself today, don't blame me for being impolite. Su-Yi shook his head with a bitter smile. Grandfather, Great Magician Taluchi, I think you should know how important great magicians are to me. Actually, as long as you're willing, not to mention 50,000 gold coins a year, even 100,000 gold coins isn't a problem. Moreover, as long as other great magicians are willing to join our company, it wouldn't be a problem to give them a high wage. But because of the salary structure of the company, we can't do this. I hope you can understand our difficulties. Great Magician Camilla gave a cold snort. You still don't understand? Taluchi and I aren't complaining that our current salary is too little. Actually, 10,000 gold coins is already a lot. It's enough for us to use. But we're not convinced. Why does the champion get a higher salary than us two great magicians? And it's this much higher? This. Grandfather, actually the prize for the champion is not paid by our new flyer alone, but rather all the companies participating in the race. According to the current distribution rules, even if the champion gets 50,000 gold coins, our company will only pay 8,000 gold coins at most. 8,000? That's more like it. Great Magician Camilla nodded. But this is still very high. There's so many good magicians in the Academy of Magic, but they only get a few hundred gold coins a year. This isn't the same. Su-Yi shook his head. Actually, this race is mainly for advertising purposes. Through the attention of this race, it will promote our companies even better. So, the higher the prize, the better, because this is the only way we can attract people's attention. Great Magician Camilla thought about it before slowly nodding. This isn't wrong. All right, kid, Your words are reasonable. Seeing that great magician Camilla finally let go of this matter, Sui let out a sigh of relief. Looking at what great magician Camilla was sitting on, Sui had an idea before saying with a smile, "Actually, grandfather, it's not just bicycles. After the magic sedans become popular, I'm also planning to hold a professional race related to the magic sedans. Moreover, this race will be bigger than the bicycle race, so there will be more investment. Of course, there will be more prize money." Racing? Great magician Camilla's eyes lit up. "That's great. Right, this race must be held. I will definitely participate when the time comes." Seeing great magician Camilla's excited appearance, Sui's lips couldn't help twitching. Great magician Camilla relied on his perseverance and his powerful magic to finally hone his driving skills, but he also fell in love with racing. Even if Sui didn't mention this race, he would still drive the magic sedan all over the place, using the name of experimenting. A while ago, Elder Lasagna had been living in Sui's private manor. Because she also fell in love with racing, she went crazy with great magician Camilla almost every day. In just a single month, the magic sedans that the two of them had crashed into had reached as many as 7. It was a good thing that the two of them had outstanding magic, so it was always the cars that crashed and they themselves were fine. Thinking of how if there really was another world's F1 Grand Prix, great magician Camilla might really sign up and Elder Lasagna might also participate, Sui's heart was filled with incomparable surprise. An old man who was over 60 years old and an old woman who was over 500 years old would be F1 drivers? This was simply a large joke. The most ridiculous thing was that this joke was actually true. Sui forced down the strange thoughts in his heart and gave a cough before continuing. "Grandfather, before this, we have to finish our research. I think that you should know better than anyone that the wind magic engine has its limits, so the magic sedan speed can't break through. If you want to truly enjoy super speed, you have to work harder on the fire magic engine." Great magician Camilla glared at Sui. "Nonsense. Why do you think I ran all the way here from the Principality of Constantine?" Sui nodded. He stood up and made a hand gesture to great magician Talucci, indicating that they could begin. Right now, they were in the Academy of Magic branch in the new flyer of the Falling Rain Valley. After great magician Talucci was hired by the new flyer, he had always stayed in this branch to do research. Because of his special status as a great magician, even when the kingdom was in chaos, this place wasn't affected that much. In these 2 years, great magician Talucci had done quite a bit of research. His main research direction recently was the fire magic engine. The reason why great magician Camilla wasn't in charge of this was because 1. Sui was worried that great magician Camilla would be completely immersed in this and might encounter danger. 2. In terms of attainments in fire magic, great magician Talucci was stronger than great magician Camilla. They were both researching the fire magic engine, but great magician Talucci's research direction was different from the research direction of the Magic Research Institute of New Flying Chamber of Commerce headquarters in the Principality of Constantine. The magicians at the headquarters mainly focused on increasing the stability of the fire magic engine and reducing its power consumption. Great magician Talucci's research direction was only one, which was increasing the power of the fire magic engine. Chapter 634. The so-called increase in power was placed on the new magic sedan with the fire magic engine, which was to increase the acceleration and maximum speed of the magic rubber car. Because fire magic was more unstable compared to wine magic, this research was a bit more dangerous. Great magician Talucci spent most of his time researching magic before sending the data back to the headquarters, giving it to the other researchers to confirm, as well as having the Magic Machine Development Center conduct experiments. Half a month ago, the data that great magician Talucci sent back showed that according to the fire magic array that he developed for the fire magic engine, in theory, the magic sedan with the new fire magic engine could reach a maximum speed of over 100 kilometers an hour. Great magician Camilla accidentally received this news and immediately rushed to the Lampari Kingdom. He had been with great magician Talucci for half a month just to successfully develop the new fire magic engine. Because there wasn't a complete magic development center here. Great Magician Taluchi's current test product was just a magic sedan with a new fire magic engine installed, using this simple device to conduct experiments. As for Great Magician Camilla sitting on it, it was more convenient and easier to obtain data. He didn't know the details of their experiment before, but now that he saw Great Magician Camilla sitting on this simple chassis without any protection, he couldn't help feeling a bit worried. What is there to worry about? Great Magician Camilla waved his hand. Great Magician Camilla waved his hand. With my magic power, there's no need to worry at all. He thought this was right, so he didn't say anything else. He moved to the side and waited for the experiment to begin. After everything was prepared, Great Magician Taluchi reached out a tap on the fire magic engine on the chassis. With a flash of red magic, the fire magic engine was ready to go. Camilla, you just need to slowly inject magic in a bit and activate the fire magic engine. This, before Great Magician Taluchi finished, Great Magician Camilla's body was already covered in a magical glow. Wong. With a strong buzzing sound, He saw a dazzling flame red figure flash in front of him, creating a flame red glow that shot into the distance. After a while, there was a loud bang. He was shocked. When he wanted to charge over to see what was going on, he saw the dust flying in the air and a light blue glow of magic appeared. Great Magician Camilla soared into the sky with light and landed beside and Great Magician Taluchi, laughing. Awesome. It felt too good. Taluchi, I like this engine. It would be even better if the speed was faster. Seeing Great Magician Camilla's excited appearance, he couldn't help rolling his eyes. This kind of life-threatening experiment, other than Great Magician Camilla, no one else dared to do this. Great Magician Taluchi really was something. He had always been calm. How could he be willing to mess around with Great Magician Camilla? Turned his head and looked at the test body in the distance that was smashed into pieces because of the high-speed collision. He touched his chin with a look of surprise in his eyes. When Great Magician Camilla charged out, just now, although he didn't test it, just based on his estimates, the final speed was definitely over 100 kilometers an hour. Moreover, the test body was very fast. In less than 2 seconds, it had gone from 0 to this high speed, so it could be seen just how powerful the burst of power was. Compared to the stable wind magic engine from before, the fire magic engine really did have the characteristics of fire magic, being very intense and full of momentum. Although before this, the Magic Research Institute of New Flying Chamber of Commerce had already developed the fire magic engine. Compared to the fire magic engine that Great Magician Taluchi had just developed, it was much weaker in terms of power. If it was said that the fire magic engine was only a bit stronger than the wind magic engine, the power of this fire magic engine could be considered a completely different concept from the wind magic engine. With such a powerful output, not only could it greatly increase the speed of the magic sedan, it could also make the large magic machines that had thought of before possible. Of course, the fire magic engine that Great Magician Taluchi had developed was still in its initial stages, so there were many shortcomings. At least it was far from being stable, so it was still far from being practical. But he didn't plan on restricting Great Magician Taluchi in this aspect. The Academy of Magic Headquarters and Great Magician Taluchi were both developing the fire magic engine at the same time, but they were developing in completely different directions. The headquarters focused on stability and practicality, so they were developing slowly and steadily. Great Magician Taluchi's side directly changed the structure of the fire magic engine from the most basic magic array, and then pursued stability and practicality from this foundation. The directions of the two seemed to be completely opposite, but they would reach the same goal in the end. If they developed it at the same time, they could speed up the development of the fire magic engine and let this technology mature faster. And Great Magician Taluchi discussed the power output and mechanical performance of the fire magic engine before leaving Great Magician Camilla to discuss with Great Magician Taluchi. They came to a joint venture factory in the Falling Rain Valley. This joint venture factory was a joint project between New Flyer and Banna City, mainly producing magic fans. This summer, this joint venture factory had sold 80,000 magic fans in the Lampari Kingdom. Not only did it bring in a large profit of over 50,000 gold coins for the factory, it also brought in over 20,000 gold coins for New Flyer. Although a trivial 20,000 gold coins seemed small, this joint venture factory was only one of the several hundred joint ventures between New Flyer and the Lampari Kingdom, and it was only one of the smaller ones. So in summary, New Flyer had earned quite a bit from this joint venture factory with the Lampari Kingdom. Of course, Sue-Yi came to this joint venture factory not to calculate his profits from this company, but rather because Princess Caroline was currently visiting the factory. Sue-Yi walked into the factory and saw Princess Caroline being accompanied by the manager of this joint venture factory, standing beside a magic lathe and seriously looking over it. There was a technician from New Flyer standing beside her. He was pointing at the magic lathe in front of him and looking at the blueprint in his hand as he explained something to Princess Caroline. Princess Caroline was seriously listening, and only when Sue-Yi came to her side did she react. Chairman Sue, you're here." Perhaps she was still immersed in the explanation from the technician, but when Princess Caroline greeted Sue-Yi, she was a bit dazed and careless. Sue-Yi looked at the blueprint in the technician's hand and found that it was a blueprint for the magic fan's bearing. He nodded and asked Princess Caroline, "How is it? Did you finish listening to the explanation? Do you have any thoughts?" Princess Caroline seemed to come back to her senses at this time. She first revealed a bright smile to Sue-Yi before looking back at the magic lathe and the blueprint. She said with a sigh, "After this inspection, I found that we thought too simply of magic machines." "Oh, what do you mean?" "We thought before that since there were so many companies in the Lampari Kingdom that obtained the technology from your New Flyer, they would be able to make the same magic machines. Even if the quality wasn't as good, there was no problem in using it. So we felt that magic machines weren't that hard." "So you felt that developing it yourself was very simple?" Sui asked. Princess Caroline had an ashamed look on her face as she said with a bitter smile, "That's right. However, we never thought that imitating a magic machine was considered easy, but to develop it ourselves, it was that simple. Of the magic fans that had problems, the main problem was with the bearing bridge. We changed it ourselves to differentiate it from your Shinfei brand magic fan. We thought that it wasn't hard, but the results made us suffer a large loss." "That isn't strange." Sue-Yi revealed a faint smile. Sue-Yi revealed a faint smile. Making magic machines seems simple, but there are countless processes involved. Imitating isn't a problem, but if you want to develop it yourself, you need a complete industrial system and research foundation. If you develop it yourself, it would be strange if there were no problems. Princess Caroline nodded before asking Sue, "Chairman Sue, if we want to develop new magic machines ourselves, what should we do?" "It's very simple, step by step," Sue-Yi said with a serious look. "You can't make a fatty with a single bite. It's not a problem to develop it yourself. I also support this idea of yours. For example, the joint venture factories in the Lampari Kingdom. I support them developing it themselves. But before this, you have to lay down a good foundation." After saying this, Sue-Yi turned to look at the manager of the joint venture factory on the side. "Manager Feiss, how is the magic fan automatic start and stop technology developed by your company going?" The fat manager Feiss replied with a smile, "It's about to succeed. Of course, this is because of the support of Chairman Sue and your New Flyer. Otherwise, if we relied on our own research, we might not succeed even after several years. You don't need to be this modest." Sue-Yi shook his head with a smile. "The factories that have cooperated with our company to produce magic fans, as well as the companies that have obtained the magic fan technology from our company, there are already 47 companies, but only your company can develop the automatic start and stop technology. This is your advantage. I hope that you can keep this up in the future." Manager Feiss kept nodding. Of course. I also hope that Chairman Sue can continue supporting us in the future. As long as you don't advance rashly, I definitely won't continue supporting you." Sue-Yi nodded before turning to Princess Caroline to say, "Manager Feiss and the others have been developing the automatic start and stop technology for the magic fan since the beginning of this year. It's already been over 10 months, and they've only just finished it. This is only a very basic technology that I can see. Compared to the bearing bridging technology, it's much worse. Princess Caroline took a deep breath and gave a strong nod. I understand what you mean. Research and development of technology could not be rushed. We will definitely lay a good foundation in the future and develop it step by step. He revealed a faint smile. He thought that if Princess Caroline could truly understand this, the Drake Duchy's progress in the magic machine industry would be more stable in the future. Like this, it was very likely that the Drake Duchy would become an important part of Su Yi's magic machine industrial system. Chapter 635. The Bana City bicycle race had ended and Su Yi had reached an agreement with the companies of Bana City. They began preparing for the Xinfei bicycle race. At the same time, Su Yi had also signed a preliminary agreement with Princess Caroline, who represented the Drake Duchy. According to the agreement, all the magic machine factories in the Drake Duchy would be included in the new flyer standards. They would have to develop and produce products under the guidance of a new flyer. Like this, including the Lampari Kingdom, the new flyer had already implemented their own standards for magic machines in several countries. Although the Kingdom of Ruhr hadn't reached an agreement with a new flyer yet, with the current development of the Kingdom of Ruhr, this was something that would happen sooner or later. Integrating these countries into the standard was a very important matter for Su Yi. This was the only way he could ensure that the magic industry in these countries could develop according to his plans. In this regard, he could establish a more complete magic industry system. Based on the current situation, other than the new flyer, the one with the most complete magic machine industry system was the Lampari Kingdom. Other than the military magic machines that Su Yi hadn't loosened on, the Lampari Kingdom had already started working with a new flyer, gradually entering the magic machine industry. Outside Bana City, there was already a magic machine factory that mainly produced magic lathes and milling machines. Although the technology for this magic machine factory came from a new flyer, under the instructions of Su Yi, the new flyer had sent technicians to train the other people in the factory to gradually grasp the magic machine technology. Based on the current results, it was considered quite good. Of course, because of the difference in talent between humans and dwarves, it would take a long time for the human workers in the factory to reach the level of the dwarves in a new flyer. Other than the Lampari Kingdom, whether it was the Drake Duchy, the Kingdom of Ruhr, or the Mirando Duchy, their current cooperation with the new flyer was limited to the household magic machine industry. It had to be said because the household magic machines had a wide range of applications. They were very popular in these countries. So the household magic machines produced by the companies that worked with the new flyer had good sales. Moreover, it wasn't just the Drake Duchy. The Lampari Kingdom and the Kingdom of Ruhr also sold their other brands of household magic machines to other countries. Only the companies of the Lampari Kingdom and the Kingdom of Ruhr were very careful, so they didn't cause a large accident like the Drake Duchy. While Princess Caroline was in Bana City, she spent almost every day in the household magic machine factories that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had set up. She learned about the technical problems of the household magic machines that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce developed with these factories and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. She actually didn't understand these technical problems. The reason why she did this was to show her stance to Su Yi, proving that the Drake Duchy was very sincere and that they urgently needed to recover the large losses from the previous accident. But Su Yi only stayed in Bana City for a week before leaving Bana City with Liz, Linda, Freya, and Agnes. He didn't return to the new flyer headquarters in the Principality of Constantine, but rather he headed to the Lampari Kingdom's capital, Anvilmar City. Princess Caroline wanted to go with Su Yi, but she was rejected by Su Yi. According to Su Yi's arrangements, Princess Caroline had to head to the Principality of Constantine to do research with a new flyer headquarters. She had to solve the Drake Duchy's magic fan and magic refrigerator problems as soon as possible. In this kind of matter, time didn't wait for anyone. Every minute of delay meant that the Drake Duchy would suffer more losses. So even if Princess Caroline wanted to stay by Su Yi's side and deepen her relationship with him, she had no choice but to part ways with Su and head to the Principality of Constantine alone. It was different from the anxious and helpless feelings she had before coming to Banda City. When she left Banda City, Princess Caroline had a happy smile that came from the bottom of her heart the entire time. It wasn't for anything else. It was because Sui had promised her that since the new flyer had agreed to cooperate, they would do their best to help the Drake Duchy pass this difficult time. Princess Caroline knew that Sui wasn't someone who made promises easily. Now that he had promised, the new flyer would definitely do their best to help. With the support of the new flyer, the problem the Drake Duchy was facing right now couldn't be considered a problem at all. So when she parted ways with Sui, Princess Caroline didn't care that Liz, Linda, Agnes, and Freya were here. She gave Sui a passionate kiss in front of everyone. At the same time, she threw down some enticing words. Sui, I'll be waiting for you at any time. Sui, of course, just smiled at these words. After saying goodbye to Princess Caroline, he drove his magic sedan away from Banda City. After spending an entire day, they finally arrived at Anvilmar City that was 400 kilometers away from Banda City at dusk. Seeing the gates of Anvilmar City in the distance, Sui finally let out a sigh of relief. After stretching his waist, Sui looked at Liz, Linda, and Agnes. He thought that no matter what, he had to have the three of them learn how to drive the magic car. Otherwise, if they had another long trip and he had to drive alone, it would be too tiring. Hey Freya, you're about to see your mom. Are you happy? Sui drove the magic sedan into the city gates while asking Freya in the back. I'm very happy. Freya gave a strong nod without any hesitation. I haven't seen Mom in a long time. I really miss her. Sui laughed. Relax. After we enter the city, you'll immediately see Mom. I'm certain that Mom will miss you very much. I know. Freya nodded again before suddenly asking Sui, Dad, do you miss Mom? Of course. I haven't seen Mom in a long time. How could I not miss her? Sui replied. But I feel that you don't miss Mom. Freya said, Why do you feel this? Sui was surprised. Because Big Sister Caroline is also very beautiful. Sui turned in surprise, and seeing the serious Freya, he couldn't help smiling. This little fellow was only 2 years old, but her hands were already this big. She could even say these kinds of words. Liz and Linda on the side also secretly laughed. Princess Caroline had been sticking to Sui all day, so how could they not see through Princess Caroline's thoughts? Thinking of how Princess Caroline's appearance wasn't inferior to Madame Steele's, Liz and Linda couldn't help feeling a bit worried. Master wouldn't have been tempted by that princess, right? Only Agnes' expression didn't change at all. She picked up Freya and had her sit on her lap before saying with a smile, Freya, although Princess Caroline is very beautiful, your father will definitely miss your mom. Because I know that in your father's heart, your mom is always first, don't you think? After all, Freya was still young and didn't know how to properly express her inner feelings with words. However, she nodded vigorously to prove her thoughts. Sui laughed and couldn't help reaching out to pinch her little face. Our Freya will definitely become a beauty when you grow up. You might even be more beautiful than your mom. Freya giggled, and Sui pinched her little face again. His eyes fell on Agnes' face, and his heart suddenly felt a bit uneasy. He was about to see Steele. Even though accepting Agnes was the result of many discussions between him and Steele didn't oppose this matter and was very supportive. Even the choice of Agnes was personally recommended by Steele to Sui. But no matter what, now that Agnes had officially become Sui's partner with Elder Alicia's approval, Sui's heart was filled with guilt towards Steele. Thinking that Steele was about to meet Agnes, Sui felt a bit uneasy. Even if Steele didn't seem to care on the surface and supported Sui in her heart, wouldn't she care about this matter? The magic sedan slowly drove Sui and the others towards the city gates with complicated thoughts. After Her Majesty 70 was crowned, her first big move was to build roads in the Lampari Kingdom. After a year of building roads, there were now over 50,000 kilometers of roads in the Lampari Kingdom. Not only were there roads connected to each city, there were even some cities that had more than one road. Moreover, because of 70's support, there were many villages that were connected to each other. According to 70's policy through the Lampari Weekly, her initial plan was to make every place in the Lampari Kingdom as convenient as Bana City. This wasn't obvious in the other cities of the Lampari Kingdom, but it was clearly shown in Anvil Mar City. When Su-Yi came from Bana City, he had taken the Onbong Road that connected the two cities that he liked 3 years ago. But now, other than the Onbong Road, there were 7 other roads that connected to Anvil Mar City. They all gathered together around 5 kilometers away from Anvil Mar City's south gate. So now that there were all kinds of passengers and vehicles gathered outside the city gates, the traffic was quite crowded. Looking at the people and vehicles slowly moving through the city gates, Su-Yi slightly knit his brows. Perhaps when he saw 70 again, he should first suggest to her to cancel the tax collection. In this situation, it really wasted too much time. Chapter 636. It seems like you've also noticed this problem. 70 nodded at Su-Yi. 70 nodded to Su. This means that this problem is very serious and we can't delay it any longer. Delay? Su-Yi slightly knit his brows. What? Is it hard to change this? When he saw the crowd outside Anvil Mar City, Su-Yi had thought of the problem of removing the city entrance tax. When he entered the city, before he could meet Steele, he was found by a servant from the royal palace who told him that Her Majesty wanted to see him as soon as possible. Su-Yi had many things that he needed to discuss with 70 as soon as possible, so he had Liz, Linda, and Agnes escort Freya to the place to meet Steele while he followed the servant into the palace to see 70. When he saw 70, Su-Yi first told her what he saw at the city gates before suggesting to 70 that she should remove the city entrance tax that was clearly outdated. 70 agreed to his suggestion, but she seemed to have met a problem. Of course. 70 spread her hands with a helpless look. 70 revealed a helpless look. The city gate tax has always been an important source of income for the large cities of the kingdom. So if you want to remove it, of course there will be many people who will oppose it. Su-Yi knit his brows and revealed a confused look. What era is this? There are still cities that rely on the city entrance tax as their main source of income? 70 rolled her eyes at Su-Yi. Of course. Every place is the same as Bana City. They have over 2 million gold coins in tax each year, so they don't need to worry about a trivial city entrance tax at all. Let me tell you, according to this year's financial estimates, of the 37 cities in the Lampari Kingdom, there are over half of them that don't even have 200,000 gold coins in tax each year. For these cities, being able to collect over 50,000 gold coins in tax each year is very important. Su-Yi couldn't help shaking his head. There is clearly a good example like Banta City in the kingdom, but they don't know how to learn from it. They're still sticking to the ancient tradition of living poor lives. What are the city lords of these cities thinking? 70. This should be considered your dereliction of duty as the queen, right? They're both cities of the Lampari Kingdom. You can't favor one over the other. 70 gave a soft snort and pouted her lips like a little girl. You think that I don't want all the cities in the kingdom to be as rich as Bana City? But this would take time. Furthermore, the situation in every city in the kingdom was different. Take the cities in the Northwest Administrative Province as an example. Because the terrain there was particularly complicated, it was extremely difficult to even build a road to get there. The traffic was extremely unfavorable. If it were you, would you be willing to invest in a factory there? So he could only shake his head. He was a businessman, so of course he had to choose the method that maximized his profits. Investing and building a factory in a remote mountainous area like the Northwest Province, where transportation was extremely inconvenient, would cost several times more than investing and building a factory in other cities. Of course, he would not do such a loss-making business. So even if I want to change the situation of the kingdom, I can only do it slowly. 70 looked at Su-Yi. Isn't this what you always said to me before? Su-Yi rubbed his nose. He didn't care about politics because he wasn't the king of the Lampari Kingdom, so naturally he didn't need to worry about the matters of the Lampari Kingdom. But it isn't like there isn't a solution to this matter. Su-Yi suddenly changed the topic. Take the city entrance tax as an example. If we reform it in the entire kingdom, there will be opposition, so we should choose a few places to test it out first. Test it out? 70 looked at Su Yi with a confused gaze. Do you remember how I hoped that His Majesty Lampuri 13th would turn Banta City into a special economic zone? Su Yi asked. That idea wasn't bad, but it was a pity that because of the changes in the kingdom, we couldn't keep implementing it. I had considered implementing this plan before, but I put it aside because of my worries. 70 said, it's different from before. I wanted Banta City to become a special economic zone before to make it easier for me to reform Banta City. But now that the entire kingdom is under your control, why do you need to forcefully create a special economic zone? Of course, this plan can be used to change the city entrance tax. You can choose a few cities to test and have those cities remove the city entrance tax as an experiment. Su Yi said, I understand what you mean. 70 said with a nod. 70 nodded. If the results of the experiment are good, the other cities won't have a reason to oppose it. But what if the results aren't good? Moreover, even if the results are good, there are some cities in the kingdom that don't have the conditions to remove the city entrance tax. So what should we do? It's very simple. You can forcefully implement this reform when the time comes. As for those that don't have the conditions, like the cities in the Western Province, you can just give them subsidies and special support from the kingdom's finances. Su Yi used the various reform plans he had on Earth to describe the practicality of this plan to 70. Although he wasn't clear on the details, he wasn't a talent in this area, so he just needed to give a general direction. When 70 heard this general plan, her eyes lit up. It was clear that she had found an answer in her heart. Other than that, just giving subsidies from the kingdom's finances can't solve this problem, and it can't change those cities with poor conditions. So I suggest that we find a way to solve the problem of these cities and increase their tax revenue, which is the key. 70 glared at Su Yi. It's easy for you to say. If there really was such a good method, I would have used it already. After saying this, she saw the ghost of a smile on Su Yi's face, and 70's heart skipped a beat. You already have a solution in your heart, right? Su Yi revealed a faint smile. This is just a rough idea of mine. It can't be considered a solution. Don't care that much. Tell me about it. 70 revealed an interested look. Su Yi gave a cough before slowly speaking. Since different cities have different conditions, we shouldn't limit each city to being like Banta City, relying on the magic machine industry to become rich. After all, other than the magic machine industry, there are many other industries that can earn money. 70 was a bit surprised. Hearing Su Yi, the new Flyers chairman, suggest developing industries other than the magic machine industry, it really was outside of her expectations. For example, Basara City. When I passed by last time, I found that Basara City didn't have any rare resources. Because there are many mountains and rivers, the terrain isn't good, so it's very limited if you want to develop. But there's a very precious resource there. What resource? 70 asked this while recalling the information she had read about Basara City, but she couldn't think of anything worth paying attention to. It's the hot springs. Hot spring. 70 slightly knit her brows. 70 knit her brows. I've heard that there are many natural hot springs in the mountains near Basara City, and it's very comfortable to soak in them. But what use is that? Of course it's useful. Su Yi exaggeratedly raised his voice. Hot springs not only represent good tourism resources, it also represents large amounts of geothermal resources. If we can use it well, we can definitely turn Basara City into a hot spring city and attract many people to travel there. Moreover, because of the rich geothermal resources, Basara City only needs to develop a bit to satisfy this requirement. Hot spring city. 70 knit her brows to think for a bit before giving a slight nod. This is a good suggestion, but it will require a large amount of initial investment, which is a problem. Looking down to think for a bit, 70 found that this wasn't something that could be thought of in a short period of time. She put it aside for now and asked Su Yi, then what about the cities in the Northwest Province? There aren't many hot springs there, and the terrain is worse than Basara City. Do you have a way to change this situation? Su Yi laughed. Dear Queen, as long as you're willing, No matter how bad the terrain of the cities in the Northwest province is, there's a way to build a road and make it smooth for traffic. 70 gave a sigh and shook her head. That won't work. I've already had the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce investigate, and Chairman Cruz has personally told me that his company can't do anything. Even the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce can't do this. I feel that this matter is impossible. Sue said with a laugh. That is because Chairman Cruz hasn't discussed this with me before. If he knew that our company would be able to develop a new construction magic machine with higher power and performance, I believe that he would definitely take back his words. 70 looked over Sue with a look that was a bit angry and a bit funny. After all this time, you came here to promote your company's newest product? Chairman Sue, you have the leisure to promote your newly developed construction magic machines. Then I want to ask, when will the 100 magic airships I ordered from your company be delivered? If there are 100 magic airships, I think that no terrain will be an obstacle, right? Sue gave an awkward smile. Your Majesty, the magic airships are very limited. They aren't as strong as you think. As for when they will be delivered, our company is working hard to increase our production capacity. I believe that it won't take long for us to give you an accurate answer. 70 gave a cold snort, but she didn't keep asking Sue. Sue wiped his sweat and decided to put this topic aside for now. He took out a thin book from his chest and handed it over. When I entered the city, I saw all kinds of magic cars waiting outside the city gates. I suddenly thought of a problem and recorded it here. I asked Your Majesty to take a look. 70, of course, didn't believe that this book was made by Sue, but seeing how serious his expression was, she nodded and took it. Opening the cover, she found that there was a long title written on the first page, The Importance of Energy Standardization to the Magic Machine Industry. Chapter 637. 70 read word for word, slowly and seriously reading through the book. Although this book was thin, there were quite a few words on it. It took 70 half an hour to finish reading the last word. After reading it, 70 closed her eyes and thought for a full 10 minutes before speaking. Sue, it's written that energy standardization will bring benefits to our Lampari kingdom. Then can you tell me what benefits this will bring to your new flyer? Sue revealed a faint smile. Honorable Queen, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? 70 snappily looked at Sue, maliciously deceiving the monarch. This is a capital crime. Sue said with a laugh. What if it's not maliciously deceiving? At least, it's a deceit that doesn't have much of an effect. That still won't do, 70 said with a serious look. If they don't know what benefits this energy standardization will bring to your new flyer, the members of the kingdom's parliament definitely won't be assured in following this proposal and implementing this policy. This means that Your Majesty believes me? Sue asked. If I didn't believe you, would I waste words with you? 70 suddenly gave a sigh. 70 suddenly gave a soft sigh. There's no one else here, so don't keep calling me Your Majesty. How about we call each other by our names like before? Sue was silent for a bit before slowly nodding. All right. 70. The benefits of energy standardization for the Lampari Kingdom are mainly in managing and distributing the energy, which can strengthen local control. I've clearly written this in the report. As for the benefits of energy standardization for our new flyer, if I said that it would save a lot of effort for our company, would you believe me? Oh, 70 was curious. 70 was a bit curious. Save what effort? Let's give an example. Sue paused before saying, it's the same magic fan, but because the quality and size of the magic crystal are different, when our company designs the magic fan, we have to consider many factors. We're forced to pay several times the research and development costs, as well as extra production costs. So you want all the magic fans to use the same magic crystal? 70 immediately asked. Yes. Sue nodded. Actually, our company has always been doing this. For example, our company has already opened a magic crystal refinement factory that specializes in producing the same magic crystals. When we produce the new household magic machines, we use the standards set by our company so that the people who buy our new household magic machines must use the refined, standardized magic crystals. And this is a good idea. 70 praised. With your new flyer's absolute monopoly in the household magic machine industry, people who want to use household magic machines have no choice at all. They have to accept the standards set by you and are forced to accept the new standardized magic crystals. Reality isn't as beautiful as you think, Sui said with a bitter smile. Although our Shinfei brand household magic machines are the most popular household magic machines, and after releasing this new standard, we have received a large amount of support and understanding. But this method has made many of our new flyers' old customers not want to use the standardized magic crystals and turn to other companies to buy household magic machines. Because of this, our company's household magic machine department sales dropped by 13% last month. It actually dropped by this much. 70 couldn't help raising a brow as she revealed a surprised look. When it came to household magic machines, New Flyer was without a doubt the best, and it wasn't just a bit ahead of the other companies. Although New Flyer's household magic machines were more expensive than the other brands, because of the excellent performance and quality of Shinfei brand household magic machines, when people bought household magic machines, their first choice would always be the Shinfei brand. However, in this situation, the sales of New Flyer's household magic machines had dropped by 13%, which really was surprising. This isn't right, 70 said in a confused voice. Using this standard magic crystal can clearly increase the working time of the household magic machines and even increase the lifespan of the household magic machines. So why aren't those people willing to accept it? Could it be that you didn't advertise the standardized magic crystals well enough? No, because to release this standard, our company has invested at least 200,000 gold coins to advertise the benefits of the standardized magic crystals. But for many customers who buy household magic machines, what they care about the most is whether it's easy to use and whether it's convenient to use. Our company's household magic machines can only use standardized magic crystals, and there aren't many places to buy standardized magic crystals, so it's not convenient for them to use them, so naturally they would give up. Impossible. 70 suddenly firmly shook her head. 70 suddenly shook her head. Sue, it's impossible that you didn't expect this. So why did you do this? Sue curled his lips before saying with a smile, "All right, I did expect this result. So this was actually an experiment for me. I just wanted to see if our new flyer could promote the standardization of energy with just ourselves. And then you failed, so you came to me for help." 70 looked at Sue with a ghost of a smile. This, Queen, seeing 70's eyes, Sue immediately changed his words. "Cool, 70, you're my good friend. Sharing a friend's worries is my duty as a friend. Not to mention that this matter is very beneficial to the Lampari Kingdom. You wouldn't reject me, right?" 70 looked at Sue for a while before looking down at the small book. After thinking for a bit, she slowly nodded. "All right, even if I agree, what are you planning to do? If you don't have any other methods, it's impossible to push this energy standard through the kingdom's parliament." Of course, seeing 70 finally nod, Sui revealed a confident smile. "First, I suggest that 70 establish a company in the name of the royal family. There's already a company under the royal family. Reeves is in charge. Don't you know him?" 70 asked back in a surprised voice. "This is different." Sui shook his head. "This company must clearly tell everyone that it belongs to the royal family, and the business of this company can only be done by the Lampari Kingdom. No other companies are allowed to interfere." 70 was surprised. "It's this overbearing?" But the royal parliament has a rule that nobles aren't allowed to do business. Even the royal family isn't allowed. It doesn't matter. No matter what name you use, you just need to send this message. In short, no one else is allowed to enter this business. 70 slightly knit her brows. "Is it this serious?" Sui gave a strong nod. "Of course it is. 70, I can tell you for certain that this business involves the foundation of the continent. Only by controlling this business can you control true power. If you want the royal family to continue controlling the Lampari Kingdom, you have to control this business." 70 looked at Sue in surprise. After knowing Sue for so long, although she had seen Su Yi's serious appearance many times, She had never seen Su-yi being this serious before. With his tone, 70 knew that in Su-yi's mind, the business of this company was far more important than she imagined. After pausing, 70 gave a slight nod. All right, I can consider it. But you still haven't told me. What business does this company have? Generally speaking, it's energy. The name of this company can be called the Lampari Energy Company. Su-yi replied. Energy? Magic crystals? 70 was even more curious. Magic crystals are all over the place. What is there to care about? Su-yi shook his head. 70, if you still have this idea, the Lampari Kingdom will miss the best chance to rise. I'll make a bold prediction here. In the signs in the future, controlling energy is equal to controlling the entire continent. This energy is just a general term, but right now, it's actually referring to magic crystals. 70 was silent as her expression was filled with doubt. But after looking at Su-yi's determined face for a while, the confusion on 70's face gradually faded. All right, I believe you. As if to strengthen her confidence, 70 gave a strong nod. Su-yi, your predictions have never failed, so naturally I choose to believe you about this energy prediction. But if the energy is only referring to magic crystals, it's impossible to completely control it, because on the continent, magic crystals are all over the place. So that's why I proposed the energy standardization proposal, right? Su-yi pointed at the small book on the table with a smile. Although magic crystals are all over the place, the high purity, high concentration, and refined magic crystals aren't all over the place. 70 focused before her eyes lit up. Su-yi, could it be that you're willing to give us the technology to refine magic crystals? Su-yi revealed a faint smile and reached his hand out to 70. Your Majesty, are you willing to represent the Lampari Kingdom and open the first magic refill station on the signs with our new flyer? Chapter 638. When Su-yi left the royal palace, it was already nighttime. He quickly rushed to the place he had agreed on with Steele, but he found that not only was Steele not there, even Agnes and the others who had arrived before him were nowhere to be seen. After asking the servants of the residence, he was told that Madame Steele had been waiting for Su-yi for a long time, so she brought the excited Freya and went out to stroll with Agnes and the others. The madam said that if they haven't come back by the time Sir Chairman comes back, please go to the newly built New Moon Theater in the western part of the city to find them. New Moon Theater? What? The New Moon Troupe is also performing today? After the Beastmen girls of the New Moon Troupe returned to the Principality of Constantine with Su-yi, they had gone through a year of training. Only when the situation in the Lampari Kingdom stabilized did the New Moon Troupe enter the Lampari Kingdom again to perform. Although it had been a year, the New Moon Troupe's popularity in the Lampari Kingdom didn't decrease. When they returned to the Lampari Kingdom, they received a large amount of support. But the New Moon Troupe didn't have a foundation in the Lampari Kingdom, so when they performed, they could only rent a place, which was very inconvenient. So Steele decided to invest in a place for the New Moon Troupe in Anvilmar City. With Su-yi's suggestion and working with the Lampari Kingdom, with the support of Her Majesty 70, this New Moon Theater was like the theaters on Earth. What was worth mentioning was that this New Moon Theater cost a total of 600,000 gold coins, but Steele didn't receive a single copper coin from the new flyer or Su-yi. It was all paid for by her. Other than the money that the New Moon Chamber of Commerce earned from the New Moon Troupe's performance, a large part of it came from the other race workers who obtained the Lampari Kingdom's labor permit through the New Moon Chamber of Commerce. Of course, this wasn't enough, so Steele used the New Moon Chamber of Commerce's name to obtain a loan from the Chimera Chamber of Commerce. Although the interest rate of the Chimera Chamber of Commerce was very high, the New Moon Troupe's performances were all sold out, so the New Moon Chamber of Commerce was very profitable. According to Steele's estimates, it would take at most 2 years to pay off all the loans. Su-yi knew Steele's competitive nature, so when Steele expressed that she wanted to solve this problem by herself, he didn't propose any financial support for Steele. Yes, the New Moon Troupe performs 3 times a week, and today is the middle of the month, so the performance will be much bigger than usual. Saying this, the maid's face revealed a trace of regret. There were a few companions that asked me to go with them last month. So he couldn't help smiling. What? Because of my sudden visit, did you miss the chance? The maid's expression tightened, and she quickly waved her hand. No, 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 Sir Chairman, I didn't mean that. Please don't misunderstand. I'm not complaining about you. Rather, I'm very happy that you came. Knowing that you were coming, Madam prepared half a month ago and has been very happy these past few days. Whether it was Steele or Sue E., they were both very good to their servants. So this maid would say this in front of Sue E. If it was any other large noble or merchant, if a servant dared to complain in front of their master, they wouldn't have a good ending. All right, don't be nervous. I didn't misunderstand your complaints. It's just a misunderstanding. Is the companion a girl or a boy? The maid's face turned red. Of course it's a girl. Is that so? So he laughed and shook his head. He didn't keep asking and told the maid that there was no need to prepare dinner for him. He planned to leave the yard and head to the New Moon Theater to find Still and the others to take care of it. When he came to the door, there was a sharp screeching sound as a pure black magic sedan stopped in front of the door. The door opened and great magician Eisenkel came out of the car. Seeing Sue E., great magician Eisenkel immediately opened his arms and came over with a wide smile. Sue E. hugged him and said with a faint smile, Your Excellency, great magician, you really came quickly. I've only just arrived, and you've already come knocking on my door. Chairman Sue, you don't know how much attention you are receiving, right? Great magician Eisenkel said with a smile. Great magician Eisenkel said with a smile, I dare say that as soon as you entered the city, countless people knew about this. But because you were immediately summoned by Her Majesty, everyone could only restrain themselves. Other than me, there is no one else like me who couldn't wait to see you as soon as you finished your meeting with Her Majesty. Oh, Your Excellency, great magician, is in such a rush to see me. Could it be that you have something urgent to discuss? So he asked with a smile. Of course it's urgent, and it's very urgent. Great magician Eisenkel gave a certain nod before coming closer to Sue E. and saying in a low voice, Chairman Sue, I've heard that other than creating a bicycle race, you're also planning on creating a magic sedan race. Sue E. was a bit surprised. He had only mentioned this matter to great magician Camilla and great magician Tolucci. He never thought that in less than half a month, great magician Eisenkel would know about this. But thinking of how they were all great magicians, perhaps they had their own ways of contacting each other, Sue E. felt relieved. Right, I do have this idea, but this is just an idea. There's still a long way to go before we can actually hold it. Sue E. didn't deny it. At least with the current speed of the magic sedan, there's no need to talk about a race at all, because it's this slow. Is it very slow? Great magician Eisenkel revealed a knowing smile. Great magician Eisenkel revealed an understanding look. Chairman Sue, if you use the wind magic engine, the magic sedan isn't that fast. But what if you use other magic engines? For example, the fire magic engine that your company is currently developing? Sue, he slightly knit his brows. Although great magician Tolucci and great magician Eisenkel were both great magicians, it was normal for them to have a close relationship. But the development of the fire magic engine was a secret in New Flyer. If great magician Tolucci told great magician Eisenkel about this, it really couldn't be justified. But thinking about it, Sue E. felt that something wasn't right. No matter how close great magician Tolucci was to great magician Eisenkel, he should know the principle of keeping secrets. Not to mention that great magician Tolucci had always been steady. So how could he do something like this? Thinking of this, Sue E. narrowed his brows and said with a smile, As for the fire magic engine, our company hasn't finished developing it yet. Although we are certain that it's much stronger than the wind magic engine, we don't know how it performs yet. Is that so? Great magician Eisenkel's smile suddenly revealed a trace of mysterious excitement. Then Chairman Sue, are you interested in taking a look at my car? Your car. Sue E. looked at the pure black magic sedan that great magician Eisenkel had parked at the gate in a daze. He suddenly remembered that when he came out, he had heard the roar of the magic engine and the sound of the brakes. It seemed to be different from the magic sedan produced by New Flyer. Could it be that great magician Eisenkel secretly modified this magic sedan? Thinking of this, Sue was instantly interested. Right now, all the magic sedans on the market were produced by New Flyer. The other companies couldn't grasp the technology because of how complicated it was to produce magic sedans. Even if it was impossible for great magician Eisenkel to make his own magic sedan, if he could modify the magic sedan himself, it meant that his grasp of the technology related to the magic sedan wasn't low. Sue never felt nervous because other people grasped the same level of magic machine technology as New Flyer. Rather, he was happy that other people had a deep understanding of this. He even hoped that other than New Flyer, there would be other people who could develop newer and better magic machine technology. Because only like this could other people participate in the development of the magic machine industry, allowing Sue to take a step closer to his dream of creating a complete industrial system. So he looked at the pure black magic sedan with an excited look and gave a strong nod. All right. Great magician Eisenkel was a bit surprised by Su's reaction, but he quickly reacted and invited Sue into the car with a smile. When he sat in the passenger seat, Sue immediately found that this magic sedan was different from the magic sedan from New Flyer. Under the driver's seat, there was an extra pedal. On the control panel, other than the buttons to control the magic air conditioner, there were also some buttons that he didn't know what they were for. Due to the addition of these buttons, the overall appearance of the console had also changed. As for what it had changed, because it was separated by the plastic, he couldn't see it clearly. Sue turned to look at the back of the car, but he didn't find anything different. Thinking of how great magician Eisenkel seemed to be very confident in this magic sedan, Sue thought that the biggest difference should be the core of the magic sedan that he couldn't see right now. Chairman Sue, are you seated? Great magician Eisenkel, who was already sitting in the driver's seat, asked this. We can start now. Sue nodded. All right, let's go. Great magician Eisenkel reached out to press a button on the control panel, and Sue immediately felt the magic fluctuations coming from the magic sedan. Feeling the wind elemental magic that was quickly flowing with these magic fluctuations, Sue was filled with doubt. Just based on the start, this magic sedan was no different from the magic sedan from New Flyer. They both used the wind elemental magic engine. So how could it compare to the other magic engines that great magician Eisenkel mentioned? But after that, Sue suddenly felt a strong fire magic elemental fluctuation coming from the chassis of the magic sedan. The magic sedan was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. Sue was shocked. This was the downtown area of Anvil City. Charging out at this speed, they could hit someone at any time. Before he could finish his thoughts, the magic sedan had already charged out of a street, and there were pedestrians in front of them. Great magician Eisenkel wants to kill someone. A trace of anger appeared in Su's heart. When he wanted to use all his magic to stop the magic sedan, great magician Eisenkel suddenly waved his right hand and disrupted the magic fluctuations around him, making it impossible for him to use his magic. Sue was shocked and angry, but he couldn't do a thing. He could only watch as the magic sedan charged forward and was about to hit a pedestrian. At this time, great magician Eisenkel's right hand pressed another button on the control panel. Chapter 639. Sue instantly felt that there was a mixture of wind and fire elemental magic that came from the bottom of the magic sedan. The magic sedan suddenly soared into the sky and flew over the head of that person, leaving that person who was already frozen in fear behind. It quickly turned into a meteor and charged into the sky above Anvil City. Sue looked back at Anvil City that was getting further and further away and let out a sigh of relief. Then he turned back and said to great magician Eisenkel with a serious look, "Your Excellency, great magician, no matter what experiment you want to do, please prioritize the safety of innocent people." Great magician Eisenkel turned to look at Sue with an interested look. Chairman Sue, it seems like you're not used to being an important person. Su's face sunk. This isn't related to being an important person or not. Even Her Majesty 70 wouldn't joke around with other people's lives. Great Magician Eisenkel shook his head and said with a faint smile, "Relax, if I wasn't absolutely certain, do you think I would do something like this in a lively city? Even if you're completely certain, accidents will happen. Especially when you're using this kind of magic machine that I think isn't mature at all. It's even a magic machine that was forcefully pieced together." Because he had been angered by Great Magician Eisenkel's actions, Suyi's tone was a bit cold and not polite at all. Great Magician Eisenkel seemed to be a bit surprised by Suyi's attitude. After pausing, he didn't pursue this matter and asked, "You think it's not mature? Which aspect are you referring to?" "Many aspects," Suyi said. "First, you have a large misunderstanding in terms of design. Your Excellency, Great Magician, I think that the reason why you put a flying magic array in this magic sedan, using wind magic to propel it, was because of the magic airship made by our company, right?" "Not completely." Great Magician Eisenkel shook his head. Great Magician Eisenkel shook his head. "Other than your company's magic airship, I've found many records of magic flying machines in the ancient records. Long before your company developed the magic airship, the magicians of the past had already made flying machines that used magic to propel them. In this aspect, the elves' research was even more in-depth. According to the records, 3,000 years ago, during the race wars, the elves even had giant magic airships that could launch powerful attacks. They were much stronger than your magic airships. Then Your Excellency, Great Magician, how many magic airships do you think the elves have?" Suyi asked Great Magician Eisenkel. Great Magician Eisenkel was a bit, and after he thought, he slowly shook his head. "There is only one recorded in the literature, but I think with the powerful strength of the elves who ruled the entire continent at that time, they should have more than one flying magic battleship." "Is that so? Even if there's more than one, it can't be that many, right? Although our company's magic airships can't compare to the elves' magic airships. As long as we have enough materials, just with our company, we can produce several dozen of them each year. It isn't worse than the magic airships." Great Magician Eisenkel took a deep look at Suyi before waving his hand. "Let's return to the previous question. Chairman Su, do you think that my magic flying car isn't mature enough and can't compare to your company's magic airships?" "If you're talking about flying, yes," Suyi said with a certain nod. Great Magician Eisenkel was a bit unconvinced. "Why can't it compare? My magic flying car isn't worse in the air compared to when it's on the ground. With the help of the fire and wind magic arrays, it can even reach a maximum speed of 80 kilometers per hour. Could it be that it can't compare to your magic airships?" Suyi stretched out a finger and said with a faint smile, "Your Excellency, Great Magician, speed isn't everything. Even if your magic flying car has a very high flying speed and can both fly and travel on land, there is a very serious problem." "What?" "That is cost," Suyi replied with a serious look. "Your Excellency, Great Magician, do you know why there's only one record of the elves' magic airships? Although I'm not certain if the elves only had one, there definitely wouldn't be many because of the cost. According to the various records, I estimate that the cost of a magic airship wouldn't be less than 1,000,000 gold coins. Even if the elves ruled the continent, it was impossible for them to make that many of them." This time, Great Magician Eisenkel didn't refute Suyi. Rather, he fell silent. This was because he knew that Suyi could be said to have pointed out the problem that he was most worried about. That's right. Although this magic flying car was outstanding, making him proud to show it off in front of Suyi, even wanting to use this magic flying car to discuss a deeper cooperation with Suyi. But he was very clear that in order to develop this magic flying car, he had invested a large amount of 200,000 gold coins. This was more than 10 times the 8,000 gold coins he spent on the Xinfei brand magic sedan. But as long as there is enough, it's impossible to mass produce it. Suyi cut Great Magician Eisenkel off. Great Magician Eisenkel knit his brows. "Chairman Su, you don't understand this magic flying car at all. How can you say that it's impossible to mass produce it?" "There's no need to understand too much." Suyi revealed a faint smile. "Your Excellency, Great Magician, For this magic flying car to be able to fly, it's clear that it's using the same magic array as our company's magic airships. The level of the magic array is even higher than the magic array on the magic airships. Of course, the magic array on it was specially researched by me. It's at the level of an 8th grade magic array. Great Magician Eisenkel said in a proud voice. That is where the problem lies. So, he said, our company's magic airships all use the same model. So even if it's a 3rd grade magician, they can finish the magic array on the magic airships after they become familiar with it. The level of the magic array on your magic flying car is just too high and too complicated. If you want to smoothly draw it, I think it's impossible for a low-grade magician to do it. Great Magician Eisenkel fell silent again. He knew that he was telling the truth. After he researched this magic array, it had already been 2 months, and there were only 3 high-grade magicians who knew how to draw it. This caused him to only be able to make a single magic flying car, and he couldn't mass-produce it. Actually, when he found Sue-E today and planned on cooperating with Sue-E on the magic fly car, he wanted to borrow the research power of the new flyer to solve this problem. However, now that this problem had been pointed out by Sue-E, the words that Great Magician Eisenkel prepared ahead of time were all swallowed back into his stomach. Your Excellency, Great Magician, I understand that you want to develop your own magic machine. If you just want to develop a new magic machine for your own entertainment, I will definitely praise this magic flying car. But if you want to mass-produce this magic flying car and make it a magic machine that most people can use, the problem you need to consider is much more complicated. Sue-E said with a serious look. Great Magician Eisenkel knit his brows and fell into deep thought. At this time, the magic flying car had already flown out of Anvilmar City with the 2 of them. Great Magician Eisenkel was thinking this while controlling the magic flying car to slowly descend to the west of Anvilmar City. The magic flying car touched the ground again, and with a shake, it slid for a bit before stopping. Great Magician Eisenkel seemed to have finally thought it through and made his decision. All right, Chairman Sue, actually I came to see you this time to invite your new flyer to participate in my magic flying car project. Great Magician Eisenkel looked into Sue-Ye's eyes and revealed a very formal attitude. Sue-Ye nodded. If this magic flying car project can be developed, I can allow your Frestech Chamber of Commerce to take a part of the benefits. Sue-Ye was silent for a bit, but contrary to Great Magician Eisenkel's expectations, he shook his head. No, Your Excellency, Great Magician, if what you're proposing is a formal invitation for cooperation, I can only apologize to you. Great Magician Eisenkel was surprised why. Because Sue-Ye paused, but he still decided to tell the truth. This research project to me is a complete waste of time, energy, and money. There are no benefits at all. In terms of benefits, I can't accept this. Great Magician Eisenkel was stunned before becoming a bit angry. Chairman Sue, although I admit that I can't compare to your new flyer in terms of magic machine research, isn't it too impolite for you to say that this project is a complete waste of time, energy, and money? Sue-Ye's expression didn't change at all. This is the truth. Your Excellency, Great Magician, I can't think of any benefits from this project. Considering the benefits of the company, I can't agree. Seeing how firm Sue-Ye was, Great Magician Eisenkel's expression changed before quickly turning cold. Chairman Sue, I thought that you would be interested in developing magic machines and would definitely support cooperating with me. But I never thought that you would be the same as other merchants, being this vulgar. Sue-Ye couldn't help revealing a smile. Great Magician Eisenkel was known as the one most corrupted by money in the Lampari Kingdom, as well as the one closest to merchants. Now that he was looking down on him for being vulgar, it really was a bit funny. But Sue-Ye wasn't angry as he shook his head and continued. Your Excellency, Great Magician, you don't need to rush to a conclusion. What I said just now was that considering the benefits of the company, I have to reject your invitation to cooperate. But from my personal point of view, I am very willing to lend a helping hand to your research project. Great Magician Eisenkel's eyes lit up. You mean, if you're willing, you can share some of the technology related to the magic flying car with me, and I can give you some technical support, helping you finish developing the magic flying car. Sui said. Great magician Eisenkel knit his brows. How is this different from cooperating with your new flyer? Of course there is a difference. If you cooperate with our new flyer, our company will need a share of the profits from the magic flying car in the future. But if you cooperate with me personally, I can provide technical support for free and you don't need a share of the profits. Seeing that great magician Eisenkel was hesitating, Sui continued, You don't need to worry. I will leave the relevant information and our new flyer will develop the magic flying car ourselves. Because you can apply for a patent ahead of time and limit this. Great magician Eisenkel gave a slight nod. Since Sui took the initiative to propose this, he was assured. But he was still a bit doubtful. Chairman Sui, why do you insist on cooperating with me in your personal name and not cooperating with me in the name of New Flyer? The reason is very simple. It's because I don't think the future profits of the magic fly car will be good. Hearing this answer, great magician Eisenkel's expression couldn't help changing. Chapter 640. Seeing the magic flying car turn into a mix of light blue and fire red as it flew into the horizon, Sui let out a sigh of relief. Great magician Eisenkel finally agreed to Sui's suggestion of using Sui's name to cooperate. He had no other choice. Even if there were many companies in the Lampari Kingdom that could produce magic machines, there were only a few that could develop their own magic machines. As for those that could participate in the development of a complicated magic machine like the magic flying car, there was no one at all. If he wanted others to participate in the development of the magic flying car and finish the magic fly car project, great magician Eisenkel could only choose to cooperate with New Flyer. Although Sui refused to cooperate in the name of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, he agreed to cooperate in his own name. With his status as the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's chairman, this wasn't that different from cooperating with the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, if Sui cooperated in his own name, he wouldn't take the initiative to share the profits. This would be more beneficial to great magician Eisenkel, so of course he wouldn't reject him. As for Sui himself, in his mind, he didn't feel that developing the magic flying car was a waste of time, effort, and money. Sui believed that once this magic flying car was developed, it would earn quite a bit of profit. But this magic flying car seemed like it had the ability to travel on land and fly in the air, combining the magic sedan and the magic airship. It seemed very comprehensive, but after analyzing it carefully, one would find that it was actually of little value and wasn't practical at all. Limited by the weight and design of the magic sedan, even if the magic flying car could fly in the sky, it couldn't fly that high. Based on great magician Eisenkel's experience and the flow of magic that Sui felt in the car, this magic flying car could only reach a height of less than 100 meters. Based on this, it was like heaven and earth compared to the magic airship that could reach 800 meters above the ground. As for driving on the ground, even if this magic flying car had the support of wind and fire magic arrays, making it faster than the Xinfei brand magic sedan, it could only reach a maximum speed of 80 kilometers per hour. It wasn't that fast. Based on the cost, this increase wasn't worth it. According to the information that great magician Eisenkel gave in the end, Sui estimated that this magic flying car would cost at least 10,000 gold coins to make. But in practice, because it had the ability to fly in 6 high-grade magic arrays at the same time, its power consumption was 10 times that of the magic sedan. Even compared to the Frestec brand small magic airship that was several dozen times bigger and had several dozen times more capacity, it didn't consume much less energy. But in terms of speed, it was far from the magic airship. So this magic flying car's ability to fly was actually of little value. It wasn't practical at all. Sui didn't doubt that there were many people in this world who liked this magic flying car, and he didn't doubt that there would be a market for this magic flying car after it was developed. But at most this would only mean that it would be a niche thing in the future. It was different from Sui's idea of making magic machines that could be used by normal people. It was best if everyone could enjoy them. The reason why Su-yi agreed to cooperate with great magician Eisenkel in his name and agreed to use some of the new Flyers research resources to help great magician Eisenkel, not even asking for a share of the profits, was actually to support great magician Eisenkel's ideas and investments in developing new magic machines. He even hoped that there would be more magicians like great magician Eisenkel in this world who would invest in magic machines. Whether their goal was to make money or something else, as long as they were willing to develop magic machines, Su-yi was willing to help them. After watching great magician Eisenkel disappear into the distant night sky, Su-yi suddenly had a strange thought. Anvilmar City was the first city of the Lampari Kingdom. So in order to prevent magicians from suddenly attacking from the sky, there was a certain level of control over the sky above Anvilmar City. Magicians weren't allowed to freely fly in the sky. But now great magician Eisenkel was using the magic flying car to fly in the sky. Wasn't this considered breaking the rules? Perhaps the next time he saw 70, he should mention this matter to her. He shook his head and threw away this sudden thought. Looking around, he found that he could see the roof of the New Moon Theater that was imitating the Sydney Opera House from Earth not far away. He was a bit surprised. This great magician Eisenkel's strength in Anvilmar City was even more terrifying than what he showed on the surface. Not only did he know when he left the royal palace, he even knew that Steele and the others were at the New Moon Theater. He knew that he came to the New Moon Theater to find Steele and the others. This kind of powerful great magician, being able to cooperate with him and not be his enemy, was a wise choice. Looking at the roof of the ship in the distance, Su-yi calmed his heart and quickly headed to the New Moon Theater. Because he came late, Su-yi didn't prepare a ticket ahead of time, so it took him quite a bit of effort to enter the New Moon Theater. Finally meeting Steele in the private room of the New Moon Theater, Su-yi finally let out a sigh of relief and revealed a heartfelt smile. Steele was the same as before, not caring about anyone else, as she gave Su-yi a passionate kiss. The two separated and Steele was about to speak, but there was a figure that came from the side that jumped in front of Su-yi. After that, Su-yi felt his lips being pressed against by a pair of soft and fragrant lips. Woo! Su-yi's eyes opened wide, but he saw that not only was Steele not displeased at all, she was secretly laughing like she was watching a play. After a while, Agnes finally moved her lips away from Su-yi and turned to Steele to ask, "Big Sister Steele, is this right?" Steele revealed a faint smile and playfully stuck out her tongue as she replied, "Agnes, when kissing, you have to learn to stick out your tongue. Su-yi likes this very much." "Is that so?" Agnes turned her head to look at Su-yi like she didn't fully understand. It seemed like she wanted to try out the key knowledge Steele had just taught her. Su-yi quickly waved his hand and stopped Agnes from approaching. Then he glared at Steele. "Steele, is this how you teach Agnes?" Steele gave a soft snort. She reached in her chest and took out a thin book, waving it around. "I'm not as active as a certain someone." Su-yi looked at the book and found that it was the details of a union between elves and humans that Elder Alicia had given him. He was instantly embarrassed. This was given to me by Elder Alicia. Hey, Liz, didn't I tell you to keep it? Why did you take it out?" He turned to Liz, who was secretly laughing on the side as he asked this. Liz was not scared by Su-yi's question like a normal slave. She pursed her lips into a smile and said, "Madam found it herself. I didn't take it out." Su-yi rolled his eyes. She didn't take it out. She just didn't take the initiative to give it to Steele. Liz and Linda, because they had spent more time with Steele, they were more inclined towards Steele. "All right, you don't need to hide it." Steele smiled as she rubbed Su-yi's face. "Since you've already accepted Agnes, you have to study this matter a bit. But there are some things that you can't discuss with Agnes, right? So leave this book with me for now. After I study it, I'll teach Agnes so that in the future, when you two are together, something goes wrong." He looked at Steele with a strange look. Seeing her smile, he couldn't help asking, "Steele, you really don't mind? You've already asked this question many times." Steele rolled her eyes at Su-yi. "I mind, but I don't mind a lot. Do you understand?" Su-yi shook his head. He really didn't understand. "All right, you're just a block of wood. I already knew that." Steele gave a sigh and pulled Sue-E to sit down in a private room, facing the stage of the theater. I've said it before, of course I hope that you will always only have me as your woman, but with your current status, this is definitely impossible. So although I mind it, it's not to the point where I can't accept it. Moreover, at least I have a choice right now, right? Look, I've already treated Liz and Linda as family a long time ago. As for Agnes, she's the only elven girl that I've truly accepted, so I've already treated her as family a long time ago. That means you were forced to accept it in the end? Sui asked in a daze. Fool. Steele tapped Su-Yi's forehead and said with a sigh, It's not like you don't understand my personality. If I really wasn't willing, do you think I would accept it? I'm only saying that although I'm minded a bit, it doesn't affect anything. Rather, I'm quite happy that you chose Agnes. Because I'm very familiar with Agnes, and having her by my side, I'm very assured. Su-Yi gave a sigh. All right, I understand what you mean. This should be the lesser of two evils. What lesser of two evils? So strange. Steele looked at Su-Yi with a frown before pointing at the stage in front of them. If I really had to worry about your woman, I would have already died from worry. For example, if she wanted to marry you, could it be that I would chase her far away and let her never see you again? Su-Yi's heart skipped a beat as he turned to look at the stage. Chapter 641. All the lights on the big stage suddenly went out, and the whole New Moon Theater was plunged into darkness. There was a burst of soft exclamations and then silence. Only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard. When the whole place quieted down, an incomparably clear voice suddenly sounded from the center of the stage. Just the tone was like the sound of flowing water. It was extremely pleasing to the ear and instantly hooked everyone's ears. Then, the tone changed, as if someone was whispering in one's ear, as if it directly touched the bottom of one's heart. It was fresh and had a trace of temptation, making one unwilling to make any sound for fear of missing even a single note. Just a few simple lines of a cappella had already attracted the attention of everyone present, causing them to involuntarily stare at the pitch-black stage. That was where the voice was coming from. The pleasant voice lingered in the air for about 2 to 3 minutes. Just when everyone was intoxicated by the charming voice, the pitch suddenly rose slightly. A beam of light shone down from the top of the stage and fell on the stage to form a circle of light. In the circle of light, a girl wearing a light-colored long dress stood alone, under the bright but not dazzling light. Although it couldn't completely penetrate the light-colored long dress, it still revealed her excellent figure. Combined with the moving voice, it was full of temptation. And if combined with the 2 pointed ears on her head and the furry tail behind her, it added an extra mysterious and strange aura. Sui listened for a while and couldn't help but reveal a trace of smile. It seems that Avril has not only completely grasped the new singing method I taught her, she even added a lot of her own understanding. What? You don't think it's good? Steele asked back. No, it's very good. Sui pointed at the intoxicated audience below the stage. Just look at the audience's reaction. Steele looked at Suyi's eyes and looked at Avril, who was singing passionately on the stage. She pursed her lips and smiled. What do you think? Sui, are you interested in Avril? If you agree to take her into your room, then you can enjoy her moving voice alone. What nonsense are you saying? Sui snappily glared at her. Do you think I have too much energy? Or do you insist on challenging yourself? Then he turned to look at Avril, who was on the stage, and listened attentively for a while before exclaiming, How can such a moving voice belong to me alone? Everyone should be able to hear it and enjoy it. Look, Avril's expression is so satisfied. She must like her current state very much. Steele turned to look at Avril and nodded. Yes, Avril thanked me more than once, thanking me for bringing her out of the black rice wasteland, thanking me for giving her this opportunity to show her other side as a beast man in front of so many people. Otherwise, she would have to stay in the black rice wasteland for the rest of her life as an ordinary fox girl until she dies. Just based on her appearance, she can't be considered normal. He couldn't help smiling. After pausing, he suddenly asked Steele with a serious expression, "Speaking of bringing Avril out of the Black Rice wasteland, how is the progress of the matter you're doing right now?" "With me taking action, of course everything is going smoothly." Steele revealed a proud smile to Sui. "Is that so?" Sui's mind was shaken. "You've made contact with the Beastmen tribes in the Kingdom of Rur?" "Not only that." Steele smiled as she shook her right index finger. "Not only have I made contact with 6 Beastmen tribes in the Kingdom of Rur, I've also found an elf tribe in the Kingdom of Rur." "There are elves?" He was very surprised. "But even Elder Lucia and Elder Lysania don't know where the elves in the Kingdom of Rur are hiding. I also found it by coincidence." Steele smiled. "You might not believe it, but the reason I found the elves was because of the Beastmen tribe." "Is that so? How did you find them?" He was very curious. "Although the elves in the Kingdom of Rur are hidden even more thoroughly than the Nightsong tribe, and it's very hard to find them. In private, this elf tribe called Azhara tribe had a conflict with the Beastmen tribe. When I made contact with this Beastmen tribe, I inadvertently obtained this information. Then I followed this clue and finally found this elf tribe." Although Steele said it casually, He knew that even with the New Flyers Foundation in the Kingdom of Rur, he still couldn't find the elves in the Kingdom of Rur. Steele must have spent a lot of effort to find them. Thinking of this, he held Steele's hand and said softly, "Steele, it's been hard on you. This should be something I should do." Steele shook her head. "Do we have to separate ourselves?" He paused. "If we really don't have to separate ourselves, why do you insist on investing in the New Moon Theater alone?" Of course, he wouldn't ask this question at this time. After the two talked for a bit, he asked about the information Steele had found about the 6 Beastmen tribes in the Kingdom of Rur and the elf tribe called the Azhara tribe. From Steele, the total population of the 6 Beastmen tribes was around 3,000. The Azhara tribe had close to 2,000 elves. It was slightly larger than the Nightsong tribe, but much smaller than the Moonshadow tribe. If they could absorb all of these Beastmen and elves into the New Flyer, it would greatly increase the manpower of the New Flyer. Relatively speaking, the 3,000 Beastmen tribe wouldn't be as helpful to the New Flyer as the 1,000 elves. But from Steele's contact with the 6 Beastmen tribes and the Azhara tribe, the 6 Beastmen tribes were interested in cooperating with the New Flyer. They were even interested in joining the New Flyer. After all, there was the precedent of the Black Rice Wasteland. On the other hand, the elves of the Azhara tribe didn't trust Steele and the New Flyer. If it wasn't for Steele bringing up the Nightsong tribe and the Moonshadow tribe as examples, she wouldn't even have had the chance to contact the Azhara tribe. There's no need to rush. We just need to find them." He smiled. "As for obtaining their trust and truly discussing cooperation with them, we need Elder Lucia and Elder Lysania. With these 2 elven elders, I believe the Azhara tribe will choose to cooperate with us sooner or later." "I also think it shouldn't be a problem." Steele nodded. "Oh, right. Other than the Beastmen and elves, the Kingdom of Rur has a large number of dwarves. Their numbers are even more than the Lampari Kingdom. I tried to contact some dwarves and sent a message to the other dwarves in the Kingdom of Rur. The response I received was very good." "Oh." He was immediately interested. "If the dwarves of the Kingdom of Rur are also willing to join our New Flyer, that would be great. In fact, if he really had to choose, he would rather obtain the dwarves. This was because compared to the dwarves, the Beastmen usually didn't have any skills and were generally lacking in intelligence. Their flexibility and mastery of skills were much worse. Although the elves had a lot of special inheritances and their ability to master new skills was even better than the dwarves, the pride of the elves made it difficult for them to submit to the humans. They fully cooperated with the New Flyer and contributed according to Suyi's ideas. Only the dwarves not only had natural craftsmanship, but they were also agile and could master new skills very quickly. They also attached great importance to promises and had a high degree of organization and discipline. They were simply the most suitable workers and mechanical engineers. Thus, in comparison, he actually attached more importance to the dwarves in the Kingdom of Rur. It seems like I have to find some time to make a trip to the Kingdom of Rur." Su-yi said after some thought. It would be best if I can persuade Elder Elugia or Elder Lysania to accompany me. Then I can set out with Kanbai, Patriarch Saluka, and the other dwarves. That way, we can settle all these races in one go. At this point, Su-yi turned his head to look at the stage. At this moment, Avril was nearing the end of her song. Her voice lingered in the vast theater, making it seem even more ethereal and lively. What do you think about having the new Moon Troupe perform in the Kingdom of Ruhr? Su-yi asked Steele. Steele smiled faintly. I already guessed that you would have this idea. Thus, I have already discussed it with the ambassador of the Kingdom of Ruhr in the Lampari Kingdom and obtained the approval of the Kingdom of Ruhr's ambassador. The ambassador has already sent a letter to His Majesty King Tarek. If nothing unexpected happens soon, the Kingdom of Ruhr will send an invitation letter to the new Moon Troupe. Really? Su-yi laughed loudly. He couldn't help but lean over and give Steele a big kiss. Steele, you really know me too well. I haven't even said anything yet, and you've already prepared everything. You've saved me a lot of time. Steele lightly snorted and slightly raised her head with a proud expression. Of course. Otherwise, how could I be worthy of you? Su-yi broke out in laughter again. When he was about to praise Steele, Avril's song came to an end. After a moment of silence in the theater, deafening applause rang out like thunder. Although this flood of applause was directed at Avril, at this moment, it was like praise for Steele. Su-yi looked at Steele with a smile and thought that he really was lucky to have such a good wife. Then he looked at Agnes, who was clapping and praising Avril on the stage, as well as Liz and Linda on the other side. Finally, he looked at Freya, who was jumping around in the box, and his heart was filled with joy. With what he had, he was already happy enough. How could he be greedy for more? Chapter 642. For the next week, Su-yi stayed in Amblemar City the entire time. Other than being summoned by 70 every day to discuss the joint venture factory between New Flyer and the Lampari Kingdom, the most important thing was to determine the details of the first magic refill station. This so-called magic refill station was like a gas station on Earth. Now that New Flyer's magic cars had sold over 10,000 units in the Lampari Kingdom, one could see Shinfei brand magic cars on almost every road. But the magic car's power consumption was much higher than normal household magic machines. With the size of the power storage of most Shinfei brand magic cars, they could only hold no more than 40 liters of magic crystals. Even if they used high-quality magic crystals, it could only support the magic car for less than 200 kilometers before it was completely consumed. So now that these magic cars were driving, they could only guarantee that they could go between two cities so that they could replenish the magic crystals when they ran out. This greatly reduced the range of the magic cars and limited the sales volume of Shinfei brand magic cars. If they could build a network of magic refill stations in the Lampari Kingdom, they could let these magic cars drive through the Lampari Kingdom without any scruples, greatly increasing the range of the magic cars. Moreover, New Flyer's magic refill stations provided high-density magic crystals that had been refined. With this kind of magic crystal, the same 40 liters could increase the range of the magic car from 200 kilometers to close to 500 kilometers, which was more than double. Moreover, this kind of high-density magic crystal was less than half the price of high-quality magic crystals. Just calculating it, one would know which kind of magic crystal was more cost-effective. Also, this kind of high-density magic crystal wasn't just used in the magic cars. According to Su-yi's plan, all the magic machines that New Flyer produced in the future would use high-density magic crystals as their power source. Moreover, they would promote this standard and let the other companies use the same standard for their magic machines. Like this, not only would they save a large amount of research costs for New Flyer, the most important thing was that the high-density magic crystals produced by New Flyer would become the only choice for all magic machines. According to what Su-yi proposed to 70, this was equal to controlling the most important energy source of the magic crystals. Of course, 70 wasn't a fool. Naturally, she could see that this matter would have a large effect on the Lampari Kingdom. So when Su-yi proposed that the Lampari Kingdom would implement the energy standard 70 immediately asked Su Yi to transfer the magic crystal refining technology. Su Yi naturally wouldn't agree to transfer the technology because it involved the Foundation, but he agreed to let New Flyer and the Lampari Kingdom work together. They would build 3 magic crystal refining factories in the Lampari Kingdom, letting the Lampari Kingdom have the ability to refine high-density magic crystals. Of course, this also involved transferring technology. So Su Yi and 70's discussions over the past few days were mainly about the depth of the technology. 70 naturally hoped that New Flyer would transfer the technology, and Su Yi hoped that the Lampari Kingdom would receive as little as possible. After many discussions, the two sides decided that the Frestac Chamber of Commerce would divide the high-concentration magic crystals into 5 grades. In the 5 magic crystal refinement factories built with the Lampuri Kingdom, the Lampuri Kingdom would be able to refine the primary and second-level magic crystals, but the last 3 levels would be kept a secret for now. The Lampari Kingdom, in order to obtain this technology, would pay New Flyer the rights to mine 5 magic crystal mines for 50 years. Based on the current situation, these 5 magic crystal mines weren't worth much, adding up to less than 1 million gold coins. But according to Su Yi's estimates, the value of these 5 magic crystal mines would increase by several times or even several dozen times. New Flyer would naturally gain enough benefits from this. While discussing with 70, Su Yi had met with great magician Eisenkel several times. With his deep knowledge of magic machines, he had given many valuable suggestions to the magic flying car, giving great magician Eisenkel great inspiration. Not mentioning anything else, just the change in the support magic array that Su Yi proposed was enough to reduce the energy consumption of the magic flying car by at least 30%. Other than these 2 matters, Su Yi came to Anvilmar City for another important matter, which was to participate in the annual magician certification exam. Of course, with Su Yi's current strength that far surpassed normal 9th grade magicians and was even infinitely close to becoming a great magician, he wasn't participating in the exam for himself. He was here to recruit talents in the field of magicians for New Flyer. Other than last year, when the Lampari Kingdom fell into chaos and the magician certification exam was cancelled, in the past few years, during the Lampari Kingdom's magician certification exam, New Flyer would send a bunch of researchers from the Academy of Magic and Magicians from various factories to participate in it. Every year at this time, the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's large group of great magicians wearing the same uniform would create a stir in Anvilmar City. This year was even more so, adding in everyone. There were over 1,000 people participating in the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's certification exam this year. Even though only 200 of them had the qualifications to participate in the high-level magician certification exam, and the other 700 could only participate in the low-level magician certification exam, the fact that the New Flyer alone had over 1,000 magicians was enough to shock people. Moreover, due to various reasons, there were many magicians from New Flyer that didn't participate. If all of them were sent out, the total number would exceed 2,000. Not to mention the Lampari Kingdom. Even in all of the signs, there wasn't a second company that had such a large number of magicians. Even though more than half of them were low-level magicians, such a terrifying number was still extremely shocking. What was different from other companies was that other companies hire magicians to protect the safety of the company, but New Flyer hire magicians to do normal work for New Flyer. Thus, when New Flyer took advantage of the Lampari Kingdom's magician certification exam to advertise in Anvilmar City and recruit magicians for New Flyer, most of the magicians participating in the exam were moved. In the end, after the week-long exam, New Flyer had recruited a total of 261 magicians to join the company. Of these 261 magicians, 73 were high-level magicians of the 6th rank and above. The remaining 188 magicians were low-level magicians of the 3rd to 5th rank. As for magicians of the 3rd rank and below, New Flyer had signed a preliminary agreement with over 500 of them. Once these magicians passed the 3rd rank magician certification exam, they could choose to join New Flyer. Whether it was for the Frestec Chamber of Commerce or the magicians, this was a win-win choice. New Flyer was continuing to expand its production and needed a large number of magicians to increase its manpower. Most of these magicians didn't have a fixed income, and in order to support their magic research, they could only think of ways to earn money. Because their levels weren't high and they weren't strong, whether it was joining adventurer teams or working for other companies, they didn't have enough money. Therefore, most of the magicians had a hard time. There were quite a few people with magic talent and signs, but most of them could only give up halfway because of the lack of money. Now that New Flyer was here, these magicians could obtain stable jobs with an income of at least 200 gold coins a year. It was enough for them to live a good life while still having the spare energy to invest in magic research. Not to mention that working in New Flyer involved all kinds of magic problems, which was also equivalent to conducting magic research. So for most of the magicians who didn't have good economic conditions, obtaining a job in New Flyer was something they could only dream of. Not to mention that the Magic Research Institute of New Flying Chamber of Commerce had two great magicians, Great Magician Camilla and Great Magician Talucci. If they could enter the Magic Research Institute of New Flying Chamber of Commerce, they would have many chances to come in contact with these two great magicians. If they could use this chance to ask these two great magicians questions about magic, wouldn't their magic strength increase by leaps and bounds? Perhaps. After working in New Flyer for a few years, or even 10 years, they would have the hope of becoming a great magician respected by tens of thousands of people. The magicians who chose to join the Frestec Chamber of Commerce never thought that the two great magicians they were thinking about would secretly come to Anvilmar City on the afternoon of the magician certification exam. When he saw the two great magicians, he was very surprised. Weren't these two great magicians researching the new fire magic engine in the falling rain valley outside Bana City? Based on how focused the two of them were, he thought that they wouldn't leave for a long time. He never thought that in less than half a month, they would come to Anvilmar City. He thought that the two of them had made a breakthrough in the fire magic engine or had met a problem, so they wanted to discuss it with him. But after asking, he received an answer that was completely unexpected. It surprised him, but also filled him with joy. Chapter 643. The empty space suddenly began to tremble as ripples appeared out of thin air. It was as if a stone had been thrown into the water surface. Ripples spread out, and the space became blurry due to the vibrations of the ripples. As the frequency of the vibrations of the ripples increased, the entire space became increasingly fragmented. In the end, the ripples connected together, causing the entire space to shatter, forming a forbidden area that struck fear into the hearts of those who approached it. Sui watched the slow changes in this space and finally couldn't help speaking up. This doesn't seem to be any different from normal space magic, right? Great Magician Camilla, who was focused on condensing his magic, didn't have time to care about Sui. Great Magician Talucci on the side looked at Sui with a frown. Watch patiently. This is fundamentally different from normal space magic. Is that so? Sui remained silent and continued to watch Great Magician Camilla's movements. When Great Magician Talucci told him in pleasant surprise that Great Magician Camilla had broken through the boundary of Great Magician and grasped the spatial laws, he didn't dare listen to his own ears. Grasping the spatial laws was an ability that only Archmagi could grasp. If Great Magician Camilla had really done this, didn't that mean that he had really become a great magician? Although last year, Great Magician Camilla had already shown signs of grasping the spatial laws. According to the standards of a normal magician, just touching the spatial laws was completely different from grasping the spatial laws. This difference could make a magician focus on studying magic for a few years, or even several decades before being able to grasp it. There were even many magicians who were stuck at the boundary between Great Magician and Archmagus for their entire lives, unable to break through. Now that Great Magician Camilla had only used a single year to break through this boundary, this was just too unbelievable. So even though he had personally seen Great Magician Camilla display his spatial laws in front of him, Sui he still had a trace of doubt in his heart. Could it be that great magician Camilla and great magician Taluchi were playing a trick on him? The shattered space in front of him suddenly trembled slightly. Then the entire space suddenly expanded and then shrank in an instant, as if it was breathing. After repeating this a few times, this small space suddenly collapsed completely, turning into a pitch-black bottomless hole. He had seen this scene many times before when great magician Camilla and great magician Taluchi, as well as elder Lucia and elder Lysania, had demonstrated their space magic to him, so he wasn't surprised. On the contrary, this made him even more suspicious. If it was still like this, then where did great magician Camilla's control over spatial laws come from? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, the space around him changed again. Ordinary spatial magic was to compress and control a certain space, thus affecting everything within that space. A magician skilled in spatial magic could use this characteristic to compress space, compressing their body into that space and sending them to another space. This was also known as teleportation magic. Although the space was still pitch black and no light could pass through, there was no difference on the surface. But he suddenly couldn't feel any elemental magic fluctuations in this space. This was an impossible matter. Any space had elemental magic, so naturally there would be elemental magic fluctuations. But no matter how he concentrated, he couldn't feel any elemental magic fluctuations in this space. It was like this space had disappeared into thin air. He stared at the frozen space in front of him with wide eyes. It was like the space in front of him had been dug out. After hesitating a bit, he asked great magician Camilla, "Grandfather, can I use my magic to investigate?" Great magician Camilla laughed. "Do as you wish. You don't need to worry about getting hurt. I'm worried that you won't be able to control it well." He muttered in his heart, but he still released his magic. In the beginning, he was very careful, only controlling a trace of magic to investigate from the side. The surrounding space was normal, so when his magic investigated, there were natural elemental magic fluctuations. When this trace of magic reached the edge of the space, he couldn't feel any elemental magic at all. This trace of magic instantly lost its support, and it was like a person falling into a bottomless abyss, completely cutting off the connection with He was surprised. This was the magic he used, but he never thought that when it touched the edge of the space, it would be swallowed. This was too unbelievable. After pausing, He unwillingly increased the magic he used. However, when his magic touched the edge of the space again, it was the same as before, completely losing the connection with him. When he was about to try again, great magician Taluchi raised his hand to stop him. "All right, there's no need to try again. Even if I use my magic, it will be the same as you. I won't be able to touch the space at all." Even great magician Taluchi couldn't do it? He looked at great magician Camilla in surprise. Although he was only revealing a faint smile, his smile was filled with pride. He walked around the space and found another place that surprised him. According to the explanation great magician Camilla gave him before, when a magician used spatial magic to affect space, the space they affected would normally be a sphere. However, the space that great magician Camilla was controlling now was a square. Just based on this, it already showed great magician Camilla's powerful control over this space. But what use does this have? He looked at the square space in confusion and couldn't help asking, "Grandfather, the so-called spatial laws, it can't be that you can freely manipulate space, right?" "Nonsense. How could it be that simple?" Great magician Camilla glared at "I have only grasped a bit of the spatial laws. That's why I can easily control space. I call this spatial law imprisonment. As long as it is under my influence, any space can be completely imprisoned. In this space, not to mention objects, even time can be completely controlled by me. How about it? Are you afraid?" "Powerful. Very powerful." He kept nodding. As a ninth-grade magician who had some understanding of spatial magic, he naturally knew how powerful great magician Camilla was talking about. Great magician Camilla actually used less than 2 years to break through the barrier that many high-grade magicians thought was the most difficult barrier. Sue, he was filled with joy. The new flyer before had a great magician like Great Magician Camilla, which was enough to make many people hesitate and not make a move against the new flyer. But now the new flyer not only had Great Magician Taluchi and the hidden Great Magician Runa, even Great Magician Camilla had become an archmagus. Not to mention the signs in the Lampari Kingdom, the Kingdom of Ruhr, and the Principality of Constantine, these small countries on the continent. They were definitely the strongest. Don't be happy too early. Great Magician Taluchi poured a bucket of cold water on the excited Sue. Although Camilla's strength is enough, if he wants to become an archmagus, he still needs the approval of the headquarters. Sue was stunned. Isn't it fine as long as he's strong enough? Why does he need the approval of the headquarters? Because only with the approval of the headquarters will everyone recognize you as an archmagus. Great Magician Camilla explained. Kid, you're just thinking that once I become an archmagus, I can control the company. But if others don't recognize me as an archmagus, you can't use my archmagus sign to scare people. Great Magician Camilla said with a cold snort. Sue laughed and didn't deny it. No wonder you and Great Magician Taluchi suddenly came to Anvil Mar City. You should be taking a trip to the Magicians' Union headquarters, right? Right. Not only is it to obtain the approval of the headquarters, I also want to ask the other Archmagi to stabilize my strength as soon as possible. Great Magician Camilla said. Great Magician Taluchi suddenly gave a sigh. Camilla is already an archmagus and has grasped spatial laws, but I'm still a 4th-grade great magician and haven't broken through after all this time. Camilla, you are the first archmagus in our Lampari Kingdom's several hundred years of history. I'm afraid the 4 of us can only look up to you in the future. Great Magician Camilla laughed and forcefully patted Great Magician Taluchi's shoulder. He pointed at Sue and said, You indeed need to work hard. Otherwise, perhaps in another 10 years, you'll be caught by this brat. But you don't need to worry. The reason why I've improved so quickly in the past few years is because of the research I've done in the Magic Research Institute of the new Flying Chamber of Commerce. I've found that studying magic machines can greatly increase my understanding of magic. You don't understand it right now, but once you stay a bit longer, you'll naturally understand. Great Magician Taluchi nodded. Actually, I already have this feeling right now. For example, Sue has always asked the researchers of our Academy of Magic to use the most precise data to describe magic arrays, hoping to create a complete data system to represent them. I've used this line of thought to research magic, and I've found that my understanding of magic has become much deeper than before. Really? Sue was pleasantly surprised. Your Excellency, Great Magician Taluchi, does this mean that you will also become an archmagus in a few years? If it really is like this, that would be great. Our company will have 2 archmagi. Let's see who dares have ideas about our company in the future. Great Magician Camilla and Great Magician Taluchi looked at each other with smiles. It was different from Great Magician Camilla looking at Sue with a pampering gaze, but Great Magician Taluchi's eyes were filled with determination. Since Camilla could improve this quickly in the past few years, there was no reason why he couldn't. Thinking of this, Great Magician Taluchi looked at Sue with a strange gaze. If he could improve as quickly as Camilla, it might really be because of working in the new flyer. Chapter 644. Great Magician Camilla had already grasped spatial laws, breaking through the boundary of the Great Magician realm. This news was only known to Great Magician Camilla, Great Magician Taluchi, and Sue. It wasn't spread. Even if this was already a fact, Great Magician Camilla felt that before he received the approval of the Magicians' Union headquarters, announcing that he had become an archmagus was simply a joke. So after strictly ordering Sue to keep it a secret, and most only telling Steele, Great Magician Camilla secretly went alone to the Magicians' Union headquarters, the city in the sky. After Great Magician Taluchi sent Great Magician Camilla off, he returned to Banta City to continue his research. Because of great magician Camilla's breakthrough, he was now even more interested in studying magic machines. If it was said that he joined the Frestec Chamber of Commerce because he was grateful to Sue E for changing the living environment of the Karska Island residents, joining the Frestec Chamber of Commerce to participate in the research, now he was working hard to increase his magic power. Different attitudes and different motivation, so the effects wouldn't be different. Sue E believed that great magician Taluchi would soon have a breakthrough in the fire magic engine, and he was patiently waiting for the good news from great magician Camilla and great magician Taluchi. Of course, Sue E wasn't completely idle. He was still discussing the magic refill stations with Seveni. On this matter, Seveni had shown her strong courage. Sue E proposed to build a magic refill station first and run it for a while before spreading it. But after Seveni discussed the transfer of technology with Sue E, she decided to build 10 magic refill stations in the Lampari Kingdom at once. Based on the locations of the 10 magic refill stations that Seveni had marked on the map of the Lampari Kingdom, it could be seen that Seveni had considered this matter carefully. Because these 10 magic refill stations were built in key locations, they were where the magic cars needed to be resupplied. Once these 10 magic refill stations were built, although they couldn't be said to be able to drive the magic cars through the Lampari Kingdom without any worries, at least they could solve the problem of resupplying the magic cars. As for Seveni's bold plan, Sue E naturally strongly supported it. If possible, he wanted to spread the new energy standard across the Lampari Kingdom, even spreading it to the Kingdom of Ruhr and the other countries that had contact with the new flyer. If he could lay down a good foundation in these countries, it would be of great help to Sue E in deepening the magic machine industry in these countries. Of course, rice should be eaten one bite at a time, and roads should be taken one step at a time. As of Great Magi Kingdom, the Lampari Kingdom, the Lumi, and the other countries. That was a matter in the future. After discussing this with Seveni, Sue Yi's matter in Anvilmar City came to an end. However, when Sue E and Seveni signed the preliminary agreement for the magic refill stations, planning to return to the Principality of Constantine with Steele, Agnes, and the others, they suddenly received a shocking piece of bad news. Anklo and Duke Wine had started a full-scale war. ####. 3 days later, Sue E appeared at the border between the Black Rice Wasteland and the Principality of Constantine with a heavy look. The new flyer guard, Captain Hart, who had been waiting there, came forward. What is the situation now? Sue E looked at Duke Wine soldiers guarding the border of the Principality of Constantine and asked this in a deep voice. Not good. Hart shook his head. Duke Wine has already taken back all the territory he ceded to Sir Chairman. There's only the area where our company's main base is. Now that he has cut off all the roads from our main base to the outside world, the main base is surrounded by his soldiers, and we can't break out at all. Humph! This fellow must have suffered a loss last time, so he doesn't dare treat us lightly. Sue E gave a cold snort, suddenly realizing the problem in Hart's words. You just said that he has sealed off all the roads from our main base to the outside world. He can seal off the land, but how can he seal off the sea? Hart said with a bitter smile. When Duke Wine launched his attack, the Sack Kingdom's first fleet came down from the northern coast of the Black Rice Wasteland and sealed off all the road from our main base to the outside world. Although Island Lord Smilton led many subordinates to help, they were too lacking in numbers, so they couldn't break through the blockade. The Sack Kingdom is also participating? Sui looked at the western coast and said with a cold smile, I was wondering why Duke Wine suddenly became this bold, so he secretly colluded with the Sack Kingdom. Hart said with a sigh, Sir Chairman, I feel that this isn't the main reason. The biggest problem is that we were too careless. Oh, if it wasn't for us being too careless, Count Wine wouldn't have been able to launch a surprise attack like this. He would have seized the chance to steal the military magic machines that our company just produced, and he wouldn't have been able to suppress us at this stage. Without the help of these military magic machines, Duke Wine's subordinates aren't worth mentioning at all. Sui nodded. Duke Wine had already planned this. He was just waiting for him to suddenly attack when he wasn't here. Because he wasn't here, New Flyer's reaction would be slower. This allowed him to steal the important military supplies and gain the advantage in firepower. It was clear that he had learned his lesson from the conflict with New Flyer last time. He even knew how important the military magic machines were to his army, so his first goal was these resources. Art, based on the situation you just described, our main base should be fine. Of course. Hart stuck out his chest and said with a proud look, although we only have 1,000 guards, even if Duke Wine sent out tens of thousands of people, he definitely wouldn't be able to break through the abundant river. Even if I led these 200 people to break through, he wouldn't be able to stop us at all. He couldn't help revealing a smile. Even if Hart's words were very heroic, he could lead 200 New Flyer guards to break through the encirclement of Duke Wine's tens of thousands of people. It wasn't because of the bravery of him and his guards, but rather something else. When this thought appeared in his mind, there was a black figure that quickly flew over from the sky. After a while, this black figure flew over Su Yi's group with a loud buzzing sound. Looking up, it was a medium-sized magic airship. The magic airship slowly fell down and stopped not far away from Su Yi. The hatch opened, and a group of people came out. Su Yi looked over and found that these people were normal farmers from the Xinfei farm. They were all wearing ragged clothes and looking haggard. It was clear that they hadn't been living a stable life in the past few days. After seeing Su Yi, it was like these normal farmers with tired eyes were filled with vitality again. Their eyes lit up, and they couldn't help revealing smiles as they quickly surrounded him. "Sir Chairman, you're back." "Great. Sir Chairman is back." Huh. Sir Chairman is back. That damn Duke Wine definitely won't have a good ending. "Sir Chairman, you have to take revenge for us." He nodded to everyone and said with a serious look, "Everyone, please be assured. You are all employees of the company, so your benefits are the company's benefits. Now that you've been bullied by Duke Wine, the company will definitely get justice for you. No matter what losses you have, the company will compensate you." "But my family..." A middle-aged woman with a face covered in dirt broke out in tears. "My family members were all killed by those damned bastards. How can you compensate me?" Everyone's faces fell at the same time. Duke Wine's sudden attack caught everyone off guard. The people who were assigned to reclaim Su Yi's new territory were caught off guard, and almost none of them escaped. The reason why they were still alive was because they reacted quickly and their luck wasn't bad, meeting the New Flyers rescue team. Otherwise, they would have been like their families, hiding in the hands of Duke Wine's subordinates. He took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes as he said in a deep voice, "There is nothing that can compensate for a person's life, but I can promise you that I will definitely make those damn fellows pay with their blood." After comforting these people, he had Hart choose some guards to escort these people into the Black Rice Wasteland. According to the arrangements, these people would be sent to Black Rice City and settle down in the New Flyers factories. As for what happened after, they would have to wait until Duke Wine was taken care of. Watching these people leave under the escort of the guards, he turned to look at Evita, who came out of the airship. Seeing her tired and pale face, he couldn't help giving a sigh. This calm girl had been on the battlefield all these years, relying on the magic airship to search for survivors. So she must be tired. Seeing Sui look over, Evita gave him a weak smile. "Chairman, I'm sorry. I wanted to bring out the most important technical staff of the company, but seeing these people, I couldn't reject their request for help." Sui waved his hand. "You did very well. You don't need to apologize to me." After saying this, he reached his hand out to Evita. Then he reached out to her. "Since you've been in the sky these days, you must have had some gains, right?" Evita took out a neatly folded piece of paper from her chest. Sui opened it and found that it was a map of the north of the Principality of Constantine. But it was different from normal maps. There were many special markings on this map. "Chairman, this is the division of Count Wine's forces that I've investigated. These are the warehouses where he stores military supplies. As for these places, although I'm not certain, I'm guessing that there should be some military supplies stored there." Sui patiently listened to Evita explain the markings on the map. He clenched his right fist and slammed it down on the map on the ground. "Very good, Evita. This time we've defeated Duke Wine. You have the greatest merit." After saying this, he stood up and looked around before raising his voice to shout, "Brother, since I'm back, then let the counterattack begin." Chapter 645. There was a strong explosion that came from the distance. Although the sound came from far away, it still made the ground and the hall tremble. It could be seen just how strong the explosion was. Feeling the trembling of the chair under his butt, Duke Wine's face sunk. When the explosion was over, he turned to the middle-aged man with the same dark look and said in a deep voice, "General Keller, when will your magicians be sent?" The middle-aged man, called General Keller, knit his brows and looked out the door. There was another explosion that came from the distance, and he couldn't help knitting his brows even more. After pausing, he replied, "Duke Wine, please be assured. The kingdom's reinforcements are on the way. I believe they'll arrive in a few days. Since they've received my report, the kingdom will definitely send out enough mages." Duke Wine gave a strong snort. "General Keller, I'm warning you. If your sack kingdom can't send enough reinforcements and we can't beat the new flyer, don't blame me for being impolite." General Keller had a trace of anger in his eyes as he looked at Duke Wine. He thought that this fellow was just a puppet duke of the Principality of Constantine. If it wasn't for our sack kingdom's reinforcements, he wouldn't even dare resist a new flyer with less than 2,000 guards. This useless fellow, he actually dared to blow his beard in front of the sack kingdom's first fleet commander. He simply didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He had to report this to the Royal Army headquarters after he went back and let the higher-ups seriously consider their attitude towards this Duke Wine. Even if they took care of the new flyer's harassment, this Duke Wine definitely couldn't stay. These thoughts flashed in General Keller's mind. When he was about to say a few more words to Duke Wine, there was an even stronger explosion that came from outside. Judging from the sound, this time it was even closer than before. General Keller's expression changed again. Although this new flyer had less than 2,000 guards, they were surprisingly hard to deal with. This was because the new flyer's guards had large amounts of elven and dwarven warriors, so their battle strength far surpassed normal human warriors. Moreover, because they were new flyer's guards, each one of them was equipped with military magic machines, so their battle strength had reached a terrifying level. When Duke Wine used 10,000 people and still couldn't break through the defenses of the new flyer at the Abundant River, General Keller had looked down on the battle strength of Duke Wine's subordinates. But when he led the kingdom's first fleet to attack from the sea, he personally experienced the strength of the new flyer's guards. The first fleet had sent over 30 large ships this time, carrying over 5,000 elite soldiers, but they couldn't even approach the coast of the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's main base. First, the first fleet commander was the first fleet commander's the first fleet. The first fleet commander's the first fleet in, just the first contact. The first fleet had lost 7 large ships and nearly 1,000 soldiers. General Keller had no choice but to lead the first fleet back to the sea. Now, the first fleet was only able to seal off the sea by relying on their military strength. If the new flyer had enough manpower, General Keller wasn't confident he could stop them. Thinking of this, General Keller suddenly felt that it was understandable that Duke Wine could only listen to the orders of the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's chairman Sue. Thinking of this, General Keller suppressed the hard work in his heart and said to Duke Wine with a serious look, "Duke Wine, at this time, we shouldn't have internal strife and should think of a way to repel the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's counterattack. I'll send another letter to the kingdom and urge their reinforcements to come as soon as possible. As for your side, try to hold them off." When the new flyer first launched their counterattack, General Keller encouraged Duke Wine to send his men to fight the new flyer's guards. However, the result was too horrible to look at. Duke Wine sent 5,000 people, but when faced with less than 200 new flyer guards, they couldn't do a thing at all. If they met a small number of Duke Wine subordinates, with the powerful strength of the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's guards and the military magic machines that Duke Wine subordinates had, They could fight an enemy that was 5 times their size and could even defeat the other side. If they met a large group of Duke Wine's subordinates, the new flyer guards with the 10 magic armored vehicles had strong mobility. They couldn't fight them at all and could run away. Duke Wine's subordinates could only helplessly watch them leave. After fighting like this for a week, not only did the 200 guards of the new flyer not lose a single one, they even defeated the 5,000 soldiers Duke Wine sent to deal with them. In the end, there were only 1,000 people left, and they couldn't chase them at all. Duke Wine could only helplessly give up the idea of surrounding these 200 guards. He strengthened the defenses of his territory and tried to reduce the space these 200 guards could move around. This method had quite a good effect. Although the 200 guards had outstanding attack power, they were too few in number. They couldn't exert enough power when attacking the fortifications. They were rarely able to harass Duke Wine's territory during this period of time. However, when Duke Wine and General Keller were about to give up, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce used a new method of harassment that gave them more headaches. Moreover, they couldn't find a way to deal with this harassment. After promising Duke Wine that he would urge the Sa-Air Kingdom to send out magicians as soon as possible, General Keller left Duke Wine's manor. After mounting his warhorse, General Keller couldn't help but look at the distant sky. There was a black cloud that was quickly moving into the distance. This black cloud was the magic airship New Flyer had sent to harass Duke Wine's territory. Facing this giant thing that could fly several hundred meters above the ground, not only did Duke Wine, who didn't have many magicians under him, have no way, even General Keller didn't have any powerful magicians with him this time, so he also had no way of dealing with it. In this situation where there was no threat at all, this magic airship had given Duke Wine's territory and even the Sac Kingdom's first fleet that wasn't far away from the coast, blocking the exit of the New Flight Commerce main base. This magic airship flew around in the sky almost every day, throwing down several magic rockets from time to time, creating powerful explosions on the ground. Moreover, the New Flyer's information was very accurate each time it attacked Lord Wine's warehouses and army camps. Every time it moved, this magic airship would cause large losses to Lord Wine. At the same time, it had attacked the First Fleet twice. Even if the First Fleet was nimble and avoided several fatal attacks, as long as it moved, the First Fleet would be forced to avoid it. This made General Keller very angry. The brave and invincible First Fleet of the Sac Kingdom had been forced into this situation by a single strange-looking magic airship. This was simply shameful. However, he could only be angry in his heart, but he couldn't do a thing. The magic airship was just too high, so unless it was a high-grade magician flying in the sky, they couldn't pose any threat to it at all. General Keller didn't have enough magicians under him right now, so naturally he could only watch as the magic airship flew through the sky, but he couldn't do a thing. When the Army headquarters sends a powerful magician, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. General Keller glared at the magic airship that was flying away before looking further north. He was very clear that whether it was the magic airship or the 200 new flyer guards, if they didn't have a base to supply them, they would be rootless trees and wouldn't be a real threat at all. But the problem was that both of them had a powerful base behind them, so they could attack Lord Wine's territory without any worries. And this base was Black Rice City on the Black Rice Wasteland. When the Sac Kingdom worked with Duke Wine to attack the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, the Royal Army headquarters had planned to send the Cheetah Regiment across the border to attack the Black Rice Wasteland, trying to take over Black Rice City. But as soon as the Cheetah Regiment crossed the border, they were blocked by the fortifications that were built on the Black Rice Wasteland. When the New Flyer and the Lampari Kingdom's Western Army worked together to build these fortifications, the Sac Kingdom didn't care that much. This was because these fortifications weren't high and they weren't connected. Rather, they were intermittent and couldn't block all the roads that led into the Black Rice Wasteland. But when the Cheetah Regiment began their operation, these seemingly useless fortifications actually posed a serious threat to the Cheetah Regiment. The New Flyers' fortifications were filled with powerful military magic machines. With these fortifications, it was very easy for them to attack the Cheetah Regiment that wanted to break through the fortifications. The Cheetah Corps launched 5 consecutive assaults, but only less than 1,000 of them managed to make it through the ferocious firepower. However, more than 6,000 corpses were left at the foot of the fortifications. Moreover, behind the fortifications, most of the Lampari Kingdom's Western Army was already there, not giving the Cheetah Regiment a chance to break through at all. The attack from the north of the Black Rice Wasteland was blocked, so the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's guards and the magic airship could attack this side without any scruples. This annoyed Duke Wine and General Keller to no end. Looking away from the north, General Keller tilted his head up. Looking at the magic airship that had turned into a black dot in the horizon, he suddenly had a question in his heart. Since the new flyer could convince the Lampari Kingdom's Western Army to help them defend, why didn't they just have the Western Army help them attack Duke Wine's territory? If they could equip the Western Army with military magic machines like the new flyer's guards, Duke Wine's subordinates and his first fleet wouldn't be able to stop them. Based on the information they received, this was the order of the new flyer's chairman Su Yi. Then why did Su Yi make this decision? Chapter 646. Why? Su Yi looked at Chairman Cruz with a natural look. Isn't it simple? Of course it's because it costs too much money. Too much money? Chairman Cruz's face twitched. This situation is related to the life and death of your new flyer, and you're telling me that you're afraid of spending money? It's not like you don't have money. Su Yi waved his hand with a smile. Don't be this excited. I am indeed rich, but I can't just spend money like this, right? Don't forget, after this matter is over, we still need to spend a large amount of money to rebuild our territory. What will we do after we use up all the money? Chairman Cruz looked at Su Yi with a look of disbelief. I say, what are you thinking? At this time, you're still prioritizing rebuilding after the war? Don't forget that your company's main base is surrounded by Duke Wine subordinates and those fellows from the Sac Kingdom. You're not worried that they won't be able to hold on and their defenses will be broken, swallowing the entire base? Su Yi looked at him. You want to hear the truth? Nonsense. All right, the truth is, I'm not worried. Su Yi's reply made Chairman Cruz unable to stop himself from glaring at him. This Su Yi was simply crazy. According to the reports from various sources, there were over 30,000 soldiers of Lord Wine and the Sac Kingdom surrounding the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's main base. But the Frestac Chamber of Commerce only had a pitiful 1,000 guards. Anyone who looked at it would feel that there was a large difference in strength. So why did Su Yi not look worried at all? Why should I be worried? You've already said it. There's a large difference in strength, so what should I be worried about? Su Yi asked back. Chairman Cruz was almost confused by Su Yi. Hey, do you think it's because your new flyer's guards are much stronger than them? Who would have thought that? Su Yi would nod. Yes, that's what I think. President Cruz slapped his forehead hard, wondering if Su Yi had been driven crazy by the grim situation before him. Otherwise, why would he say such nonsense? Don't doubt me. Su Yi smiled and waved his hand. Cruz, haven't you noticed that ever since our Chamber of Commerce developed a large number of military magic machines, the way of war has changed? At this time last year, you should know about the civil war in the Lampari Kingdom, right? President Cruz frowned. What? You want to say that Her Majesty 70's 5,000 guards defeated the resistance of Duke Stag's side? That's right. Her Majesty 70's guards did obtain a large number of military magic machines from your new flyer to have such a strong battle strength. But Her Majesty 70's guards also had over 5,000 people, and your Shinfei Chamber of Commerce only had over 2,000 guards. How can you compare? Don't forget, there was an entire year between then and now. The military magic machines that our company has now can't compare to the military magic machines that Her Majesty 70's guards had. Su Yi said with a faint smile. You want to say that the military magic machines are stronger now? President Cruz still had a deep frown. But don't forget, Duke Wine subordinates are also using the military magic machines provided by your company. You wouldn't think that I would be a fool to give the most advanced military magic machines to Duke Wine subordinates, right? Su Yi rolled his eyes at President Cruz. Moreover, what do you think I've been doing these past few days? Let me tell you, most of Duke Wine's armaments have been destroyed by the special forces and magic airships that I sent. Without supplies, Duke Wine's military magic machines could only last for 3 days at most. Without the support of the military magic machines, what difference is there between his subordinates and being unarmed? President Cruz opened his mouth, but he found that he couldn't refute this at all. So he wasn't wrong at all. After the civil war in the Lampari Kingdom last year, as well as the battles between the lords of the Principality of Constantine over the past year, everyone recognized a fact. The existence of the military magic machines produced by New Flyer had completely changed the way wars were fought on the continent. In the current war, it was no longer a competition of who had more people, who had better weapons and armor, or who had better quality soldiers and better training. It was simply a competition of which side had more and more complete military magic machines. Compared to this, who could compare to the Frestec Chamber of Commerce that made military magic machines? The only thing that President Cruz felt wasn't reliable was that there were too few guards in New Flyer. Otherwise, even if Duke Wine secretly worked with the Sack Kingdom, President Cruz wouldn't have thought that he would have a chance. Of course, if it was like this, Lord Wine wouldn't have made such a crazy choice. President Cruz could guess Lord Wine's plan. He definitely wanted to secretly work with the Sack Kingdom. While Sui was away from the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, he would use his advantage in military strength to seize all the facilities in the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's base. He would even capture all the staff, completely taking over the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. As long as he could control the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce would become his greatest support. Even if Sui reacted and wanted to fight back, without the support of the New Flyer, he wouldn't be able to do anything. But Duke Wine never thought that, even with all these subordinates gathered, he still couldn't break through the defenses of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's main base. So he couldn't succeed. Duke Wine was now in a situation where he couldn't back down. If he gave up, Sui definitely wouldn't let him go. Not only would he lose all his power, he might not even be able to keep his name. If he kept attacking, he wouldn't be able to defeat the New Flyers' resistance. President Cruz didn't need to guess. He was certain that Duke Wine's only way was to ask the Sack Kingdom for help. He could only hope that the Sack Kingdom could send more reinforcements to defeat the New Flyer and take control of the New Flyer. But if he did this, the Sack Kingdom would definitely take the biggest harvest, and there wouldn't be much left for Duke Wine. This situation, it wasn't much better than when he obeyed Sui. It was even worse. President Cruz was worried about Sui and the New Flyer, not because of the threat from Duke Wine, but rather the Sack Kingdom. The Sack Kingdom could suppress the Lampari Kingdom for several hundred years. Their national strength couldn't be underestimated. If the Sack Kingdom felt that the New Flyer was valuable enough for them to invest in, the New Flyer wouldn't be able to resist them with just a company. Your worries are very reasonable, so I have to solve this problem before the Sack Kingdom's reinforcements arrive. Sui nodded, agreeing with President Cruz's idea. President Cruz gave a bitter laugh. How to solve it? Just based on your New Flyers, 2,000 guards? Sui, why aren't you willing to listen to my advice and ask Her Majesty 70 for help? I think that whether it is based on your relationship with Her Majesty or the importance of your New Flyer to the Lampari Kingdom, Her Majesty won't sit by and do nothing. It's easy to invite a god, but it's hard to send them away. Sui shook his head. I'm not willing for the New Flyer to be restricted by others, so we have to solve this matter with our own strength. President Cruz knit his brows again. I can't see what kind of strength you have to take care of such a powerful enemy. Sui smiled and didn't respond to this topic. He looked behind President Cruz and asked, "Are the people you brought reliable?" President Cruz gave a sigh before nodding. "Relax, since I brought them here. They are definitely reliable." "Good." Sui turned to Hart beside him with a nod. "Give them the things." Hart left with this order. After a while, Hart led 200 human guards in with new batches of magic bazookas, giving them to the 500 Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce guards that President Cruz brought. Seeing Hart and the New Flyer guards teaching their subordinates how to use these magic bazookas, President Cruz asked Su. Are you certain you want to give me 1,000 magic bazookas? Of course. This is the commission for hiring your company's guards. You can't save on this. Su said with a smile. President Cruz nodded. If it wasn't for you agreeing to give me these things, I wouldn't have let our company's precious guards get involved in this mess. You think that our company's guards aren't precious? Su gave a chuckle. He took out a telescope and looked into the distance. Right now, he and President Cruz, as well as the 200 guards of the New Flyer and the 1,000 guards of the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce, were all on the giant Unfolding Wings magic ship. The Unfolding Wings magic ship was currently sailing at around 10 knots on the sea, coming to the northwest of the Black Rice Wasteland. If they sailed another 50 kilometers, they would enter the Sac Kingdom's sea area. Su looked forward with the telescope for a while before there was a buzzing sound that came from his body. Su reached into his chest and took out a small magic communicator. Pressing the button, Evita's calm and gentle voice came from the magic communicator. Chairman, we've already seen the Sac Kingdom's fleet. They're currently at 11 o'clock northwest of the Unfolding Wings magic ship, around 20 kilometers away. All right, received. Continue observing and report if there are any developments. Su said. Yes. Su hung up and turned to look. He found that President Cruz was looking at the magic communicator in his hand with a strange look before revealing a proud smile. In modern warfare, the most important thing is information. We are ahead of the Sac Kingdom in this aspect. Do you think that I still need to worry about winning? After saying this, he didn't wait for President Cruz's reaction. Su gave an order to Narvel, who was already waiting on the side. 11 o'clock northwest, full speed ahead. Narvel turned to leave. A moment later, the huge hull of the Unfolding Wings shook violently, and its speed quickly rose to a maximum of 15 knots, breaking through the waves in the northwest direction. Chapter 647. An hour later, on the sea 50 kilometers to the northwest of the Black Rice Harbor, there were large pieces of wooden planks floating around. There were several large ships that hadn't sunk yet, creating several giant whirlpools. The surrounding wooden planks and the soldiers of the Sac Kingdom's first fleet who hadn't died yet were all sucked into the bottomless sea. The originally blue sea water was dyed a miserable blood red mixed with burnt black. This meant that the most elite fleet of the Kingdom of Sark's first fleet that had been majestically passing through this area had become a trace of history, disappearing without a trace. There were several high-grade magicians of the Sac Kingdom's army headquarters who had followed the first fleet in the sky. They all looked at the sea below them with looks of disbelief, looking at the Unfolding Wings ship that was as large as a mountain that was floating on the sea. Their faces filled with shock. When the Unfolding Wings first appeared in front of everyone, they were only surprised by the size of the ship and were shocked by the fact that the entire body of the ship was made of metal. When they recognized that this ship was the New Flyer's giant magic ship that was mentioned in the report, they immediately prepared to attack. However, they never would have thought that when the Unfolding Wings was still 2 to 3 kilometers away from the ship at the front, a large ball of fire suddenly appeared from the Unfolding Wings. Following that, they saw an overwhelming number of magic rockets flying from the Unfolding Wings, trailing behind them a powerful magical radiance. Under the attack of such a dense amount of magic rockets, there wasn't a single ship that could escape. The ships of the Sac Kingdom's first fleet were all made of wood. Although they had been strengthened in terms of fire and impact resistance compared to the boats used by fishermen, after being hit by these magic rockets, they were seriously damaged. In just the first round of attacks, the ships of the Sac Kingdom's first fleet that they were so proud of had lost all their battle strength. When a second round of magic rockets came, there was nowhere to hide, and they didn't have the ability to dodge, so they were all sunk after a short while. This was the most elite fleet of the first fleet, a fleet that could be considered invincible in the surrounding seas, but under the attack of a single Unfolding Wings ship, they couldn't even last 5 minutes before being completely annihilated. Throughout the entire process, they didn't even make a single counterattack. The remaining sorcerers were stunned for a long time. They wanted to turn around and run away, but when they thought of the strict military law and the description in the report, they looked at each other and decided to attack. With so many magicians working together, they might be able to capture the unfolding wings. As long as he could obtain this unfolding wings, then the loss of these ships would be nothing. However, just as these mages were about to release their magic, the space in front of them suddenly seemed to collapse, and the entire space turned into a bottomless pitch black. The Sack Kingdom's magicians all took a cold breath at the same time. It's actually spatial magic. They actually have a great magician. These magicians looked at each other, and without any hesitation, they turned to head north in the direction of the Sack Kingdom. Su-Yi withdrew his hand and stopped the mana fluctuations. Turning to look at the stunned Chairman Cruz, Su-Yi revealed a faint smile. Now do you still doubt the strength of me and my company? Chairman Cruz gave a long sigh and said in an emotional voice, Su-Yi, you are simply a monster. The new flyer that you created is also a monster. Su-Yi laughed before giving the order to Narvel, return. The unfolding winged ship made a beautiful arc on the sea and turned to head back to the waters of the Principality of Constantine. ####2 days later. The unfolding winged ship that had been prepared was in a fierce battle with the Sack Kingdom's first fleet, led by General Keller in the waters to the northwest of the Principality of Constantine. The unfolding winged ship wasn't damaged at all, and only 3 ships of the Sack Kingdom's first fleet escaped. The rest had all sunk. The coast of a new flight commerce main base that had been blocked was unblocked. 5 days later, the new flyer guards with the 5,000 guards hired from the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce, the Armani Chamber of Commerce, the Rimet Chamber of Commerce, and the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce suddenly launched a counterattack from the new flight commerce main base. Under this incomparably fierce attack, Duke Wine's subordinates couldn't resist at all, and their defenses were instantly broken. Duke Wine's blockade of the new flyer was over. A week later, the new flyer continued their attack, breaking 4 defenses of Duke Wine's subordinates and attacking Duke Wine's private manor. Duke Wine saw that this was bad and escaped ahead of time, disappearing without a trace. Without Duke Wine's command and without supplies, they couldn't use the power of the military magic machines, so Duke Wine's subordinates couldn't resist anymore. Half a month later, after completely defeating Duke Wine and taking over his territory, Su-Yi surprised everyone. He didn't stop and directly attacked the 2 lords next to him. In just 10 days, Su-Yi's private guards had completely defeated the 2 lords and taken over their territories. After this, Su-Yi spent 20 days to recover. When everyone thought that Su-Yi would stop like this and wouldn't wildly attack the other lords like Duke Wine, Su-Yi suddenly moved again. It was fine if he didn't move, but once he moved, it was like thunder. In a single month, Su-Yi's private guards had defeated 7 lords, taking the territories of those 7 lords under his name. In all these battles, with a large amount of military magic machines' firepower, the other lords couldn't resist at all and were all defeated without exception. At this time, the other lords in the Principality of Constantine finally understood. Although Su-Yi wasn't Duke Wine, he was more of a threat than Duke Wine. Thus, all the remaining lords in the Principality of Constantine gathered together and planned to resist Su-Yi's attack. However, the merciless reality shattered the last glimmer of hope in their hearts. Su-Yi had only sent out 5,000 private guards, but they had easily defeated the 40,000 army gathered by the lords. Moreover, Su-Yi's private guards had the absolute initiative and had the complete advantage. In front of Su-Yi's private guards, the lord's subordinates were like children in front of adults. They could only be beaten up and couldn't resist at all. This battle completely shattered the other lords' thoughts of resistance. After this battle, most of the lords chose to surrender to Su-Yi. A few of them secretly took their belongings and fled the Principality of Constantine, disappearing like Duke Wine. In less than 2 months, Su-Yi had completely defeated all the other lords in the Principality of Constantine. He had truly achieved what Duke Wine had thought of before, which was to bring the entire Principality of Constantine under his control. However, out of everyone's expectations, Sui rejected the request of a large group of people for him to succeed Duke Stantine. Instead, he announced the formation of a parliament in the Principality of Constantine, the Principality of Constantine for short. It would be responsible for managing all the large and small government affairs in the Principality of Constantine. At the same time, Sui recommended Count Anclo as the chairman of this parliament. He also recommended several young lords in the Principality of Constantine and selected a few commoners from the Principality of Constantine to enter the parliament. They would also serve as committee members and assist Count Anclo in managing the affairs of the duchy. As for Sui himself, he only had the title of special advisor in the parliament. He didn't participate in the management of government affairs and would only provide advice and assistance when needed. Of course, this was what he said publicly. In everyone's opinion, with his strong control over the Principality of Constantine, how could the government affairs in the Principality of Constantine be bypassed by him? To put it bluntly, although Sui didn't have the title of Duke Stantine, he had the title of Duke Stantine. It was even more exaggerated to say that with his control over the Principality of Constantine, he could be said to be the king of this country. ###, a breeze blew in from the window, bringing with it a trace of coldness. Sui withdrew his gaze from the statistical report in his hand and raised his head to look out the window. Although it was still green outside the window at this time, it was already the end of December, and they had officially entered the late winter season. From the time they left the Lampari Kingdom until now, the new flyer had been in the Principality of Constantine for more than 2 years. It was only today that they had truly taken root. Every time he thought of the storms that the new flyer had experienced in the Principality of Constantine over the past 2 years, Sui couldn't help feeling emotional. Although the new flyer had just left the Lampari Kingdom and wasn't strong enough after entering the Principality of Constantine, Sui decided that it was more important to gain a firm foothold first. But in these 2 years, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had many chances to control the situation of the Stantine Duchy like they did now. The reason why they didn't do this was because Sui wasn't interested in it. But in these 2 years, the situation in the Principality of Constantine had changed, and the new flyer had paid a heavy price because of Sui's disinterest. Duke Wine's surprise attack on the new flyer didn't cause that much damage, but Duke Wine's attempt to capture the new flyer with the Sack Kingdom had made the new flyer suffer heavy losses. Sui didn't care about the economic losses. Even if the new flyer had invested over 3 million gold coins to take care of the threat from Duke Wine and the Sack Kingdom, adding in the funds invested in the reconstruction after the war, as well as the following development plans, Sui estimated that the new flyer would invest close to 10 million gold coins next year, but Sui didn't feel any heartache. What really made his heart ache was the large number of lives that had been lost in this experiment. If I had been a bit more resolute, perhaps there wouldn't have been this many deaths, right? Looking at the red leaves falling outside the window, Sui's eyes dimmed, but after a while, they became firm again. No matter what, since I've already made my decision, I can't hesitate anymore. Sui tightly clenched his fists before relaxing them. After controlling the Principality of Constantine, there were many people who suggested that he should take the position of Duke Stantine or even directly become king. Sui rejected them all. Although his mind had changed after the previous matters, and he was willing to control the situation, he was clear that with the new flyer's current strength, it wasn't a problem to control the Principality of Constantine. It was enough to stop the other forces from coveting the Principality of Constantine and the new flyer, but it wasn't realistic to control the entire Principality of Constantine on the surface. No matter what, I can't put my fate in the hands of others in the future. Rather, it should be in my own hands. Sui looked at the red leaves falling outside the window and the sparse forest, suddenly feeling enlightened. He raised his hand and pointed. The fallen leaves outside the window, which were originally like the early autumn scenery, suddenly rippled as if a small stone had been thrown into it. At this time, Su-yi actually broke through. Chapter 648. A bright silver magic sedan quickly and smoothly crossed the border between the Kingdom of Ruhr and the Principality of Constantine, falling down the cliff that separated the two countries. After a while, it entered the Principality of Constantine section of the Stru Road, officially entering the Principality of Constantine. There was a road that was several dozen meters above the ground that supported the Stru Road as it entered the Principality of Constantine. It was several dozen meters above the ground at the edge of the road. So looking at it from inside of the car, it was like they were quickly driving through the clouds. Occasionally, they could see a few sharp branches brushing past them, which made them feel even more nervous when they were at such a high place. The Canla Empire's ambassador to the Kingdom of Ruhr-Leiden, Hakkinen, rolled down the window and stuck his head out to look, as he couldn't help feeling emotional. This road that seems like it's built in the sky, it really makes one sigh in amazement. When I return to the Canla Empire, I will definitely ask His Majesty to build a road like this in our Canla Empire. Moreover, it has to be bigger and more majestic. Kennard, sitting to his right, revealed a faint smile. He thought that this ambassador Hakkinen really didn't forget to show off his pride as a citizen of the Canla Empire at any time. This Stru Road was finally built, and the total cost was 2,130,000 gold coins. This section that connected the top and bottom of the cliff, connecting the Kingdom of Ruhr and the Principality of Constantine, was only 8 kilometers long, but the cost was over 800,000 gold coins. It was close to half the cost of the 1,300-kilometer-long Stru Road. It could be seen just how much it cost to build a road that seemed like it was built in the sky. This ambassador Hakkinen wanted the Canla Empire to build a road like this, or even bigger and more majestic, but he didn't consider the cost at all. Although the Canla Empire was one of the two empires on the signs, being stronger than small countries like the Lampari Kingdom and the Kingdom of Ruhr, the emperor of the Canla Empire wouldn't easily agree to wasting this much money on a road. Of course, this thought was only in Kennard's mind. Naturally, he wouldn't say it out loud to dampen Ambassador Hakkinen's mood. After casually saying a few words, the magic sedan was already halfway down the road. The trees on both sides of the road gradually covered the entire road. Because of the dense trees, the road became a bit darker. However, at this time, rows of tall iron pillars appeared in front of the road. Hanging above the iron pillars were glass balls that emitted bright white light, illuminating the dark forest clearly. Ambassador Hakkinen's eyes couldn't help falling onto these lights, and he couldn't help praising, CEO Kennard, your new flyer really is rich. This kind of place actually has street lights. It really is unexpected. Kennard revealed a faint smile. Sir Chairman said that this road is the only road that leads to the Principality of Constantine, and it is the most convenient road. In order to welcome guests from other parts of the continent, this road has to be the best, so every detail has been considered. Ambassador Hakkinen couldn't help smiling. That means that the roads in other parts of the Principality of Constantine can't compare to this road? I never thought that your chairman, Su, would care this much about appearances. Kennard smiled and didn't explain. The magic sedan kept sinking, and when it was about to reach the slight dream forest, the forest in front of them suddenly opened up and a bit of red appeared. Ambassador Hakkinen, the magic refill station is in front of us. We'll stop there and refill the car with some magic crystals while also taking a break. What do you think? Kennard pointed at the red building that seemed to have suddenly appeared in the forest as he asked this. The guest will follow the host. We'll listen to your arrangements. Ambassador Hakkinen nodded. The driver in front moved slightly and the magic sedan slowed down, stopping in the center of the magic refill station. Ambassador Hakkinen came out of the magic sedan at Kennard's invitation. Looking around, he found that the magic refill station wasn't that big. It was only around 1,000 square meters. But although it was small, it had all the essentials. This small magic refill station didn't just have 2 machines that were responsible for supplying high-concentration magic crystals, it also had a row of small rooms that were the offices of the magic refill station. At the same time, there was a small store that sold some daily necessities. Other than that, there was a small maintenance station that could help magic cars that encounter problems. Other than this, there was even a toilet built here. When he first saw this toilet, because it was different from normal toilets and looked very clean from the outside, Ambassador Hakkinen didn't know that it was a toilet and thought that it was a house. It wasn't until Kennard tactfully asked him if he needed to relieve himself, which caused him to have the urge to pee, and then brought him in. Only then did he realize that this small house that looked very beautiful and tidy from the outside was actually a place to relieve himself. After going to the toilet, that was a bit strange but was very clean, Ambassador Hakkinen saw Kennard press a metal button above the toilet and a stream of water came out, washing the toilet before disappearing into a small hole at the bottom. He was instantly surprised. Learning from Kennard, he pressed the button above the toilet he was using. Seeing the water wash the toilet clean, Ambassador Hakkinen understood. No wonder this toilet looked so clean. It seemed like other than someone cleaning it regularly, this automatic washing system had played a large role. It was said that New Flyer always made some strange things, but he never thought that their toilets would be this different. Turning his head, he saw Kennard walk to a stone wash basin-like object in the outer room. He pressed the metal button on top of the wash basin, and a stream of water flowed out from a metal pipe above the wash basin. Kennard reached out to wash his hands before putting his hands into a groove made by a strange-looking thing beside the wash basin. Then there was the sound of wind coming from the groove. After a while, Kennard raised his hands, and his wet hands were completely dry. Seeing Ambassador Hakkinen's surprised expression, Kennard gave him a hand signal with a smile, indicating for him to do the same. Ambassador Hakkinen hesitated a bit. He first learned from Kennard to wash his hands, and then, after hesitating a bit, he followed Kennard's demonstration and put his hands into the groove. When his hands were put in, Ambassador Hakkinen felt a wind that wasn't that big come out of the groove, but it was fast and had a trace of warmth to it. Mimicking Kennard, he flipped his hands up and down and felt the water stains on his hands evaporate quickly under the warm wind. In a moment, his hands were dry again. Ambassador Hakkinen took his hands back and couldn't help feeling surprised. He asked Kennard, "What is this thing? Why does it have such a strange function?" Kennard pointed at the urinal and the wash basin they used with a faint smile before replying, "This is very simple tap water. There's nothing strange about it." He pointed at the strange groove after saying this. "As for this thing, it is our company's newly developed small magic dryer. This model is specially used to dry your hands, making it easier to use when you have nothing to dry your hands after washing them." Ambassador Hakkinen, how do you feel after using it? Ambassador Hakkinen looked over his hands before nodding. "This thing is simply too amazing. I don't even need a towel to dry my hands. It really is too useful." Without waiting for Kennard to explain, he directly reached out a finger to Kennard. "Let's not talk about other things first. This small magic dryer. I hope that your new flyer can prepare 100 of them for me first." Kennard nodded with a smile. "Of course, there's no problem. Sir Chairman has specially said that as long as Ambassador Hakkinen has a request, we will definitely satisfy it first." Ambassador Hakkinen laughed. "Chairman Su has always been straightforward. I've always known this." Kennard's smile couldn't help revealing a trace of ridicule. The straightforward Ambassador Hakkinen mentioned was of course referring to Sir Chairman giving him over 3,000 gold coins worth of household magic machines in these 2 years. Otherwise, how could this greedy fellow be this polite? He was even willing to follow Kennard to the Principality of Constantine for a field trip, but Sir Chairman had received quite a good return on his investment in this fellow. Ambassador Hakkinen returned to the Kamla Empire to report during the New Year's and also brought the household magic machines that Su-Yi had given him back to the Kamla Empire. These novel things quickly attracted the attention of others and were praised by many nobles in the capital, Wimbledon City. These nobles that were close to Ambassador Hakkinen weren't as incompetent as Ambassador Hakkinen. There were many people with unique eyes. From these novel household magic machines, many people saw a business opportunity. So there were several nobles from the Kamla Empire who asked Ambassador Hakkinen to investigate these household magic machines. There were even people who directly placed orders with New Flyer through Ambassador Hakkinen. The reason why Ambassador Hakkinen was willing to come all the way to the Principality of Constantine was mainly to complete these requests. This was perhaps a small matter for Ambassador Hakkinen and the nobles from the Kanla Empire, but it was a large matter for New Flyer, because this meant that New Flyer's products could enter the Kanla Empire. Compared to the Lampari Kingdom, the Kingdom of Ruhr, the Drake Duchy, and the Mirando Duchy, the Kanla Empire was a giant. If New Flyer's products could enter this giant market, there was no doubt that New Flyer's quality would soar. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.